This to you under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Smash that like button. Let's go. Let's go.
What's up? What's up? What's up? It is your girl Survivor Speaks. How you doing this afternoon? So I had this schedule for yesterday, but as you well know, I had a few emergencies, so I had to reschedule today. So what's up, y'all? We're going to continue the reading of the official transcripts. Day 2, Cassie Ventura is on the stand, still on direct. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning in advance. I ask that you please keep all comments respectful. If you want to curse, please misspell any curse words. Or they just will be removed, from the chat. And if you're here on YouTube, hit that like button. So Allie, by now should have put a link to YouTube on X, formerly known as Twitter. If you're watching on X, if you would please just click the link, come over to YouTube, hit the like button, subscribe button if you're not subscribed, and subscribe to your girl. And we are diving deep into the official transcripts of the Diddy trial. We've been getting reportings about the gist of what's going on in the trial, but we've been getting so much more from these transcripts. Today I have placed a goal in my chat. Donations aren't mandatory, but they are welcome. It does cost me to get these official transcripts to bring them to you. And that's just how it is. So we'll be dropping a link for anyone that would like to donate via Cash App, Chime. You can hit the like button as a free way to support the show. We'll take that. Or you can join the membership by hitting the $ next to the where you would enter a comment. You can donate a membership, or you can send a super chat. So let me see who is up in the building so far. I do see I see the comment, Allie. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go over there. I'm not gonna go over there. So thank you so much for putting that comment up over there on the X side. Every now and then I'll ask them to come over and hit the like button. They can go back on X and watch. Just please hit the like button and subscribe. Help us get to our 4,000K goal. We are so close, and there are so many more people that watch on X and or Twitter, but I need to make it count over here on the YouTube side. So I'm just asking you to come over, click the link, hit the like button, and you can go back and watch on X. If you like, hit that, and make sure you hit the subscribe button. Also, if you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel over here, shout out to Allie, who is in the channel, who is always holding me down. I appreciate everything that you do. Shout out, I see Nessa C was here. She'll be in and out because it's really not her lane. She's more on Instagram, but I do appreciate her for jumping in and out to see what's going on. Shout out to, haven't seen you in a while, but shout out to you, the illest native lady, Oracle 7997. What's up? Thank you so much for joining us today on this afternoon. So we're going to hear a word from our sponsor, then we're going to get right into the transcript where we left off. If I get closer to my goal today, we'll just jump right into cross, which will be day 3. So we're still on day 2. Cassie Ventura is on the stand on direct. Depending on the goal today and how long I stay, just hit the like button for free. People being here don't hit the like button for free. That's what I'm like, just hit the like button or the dislike. You can hit the thumbs down. It all counts as interaction for the channel. But anyway, so we can get right to it. Let's hear a word from our sponsor, and then we'll be back. One moment. Hold on.
And now a word from our sponsor. Survivor Speaks extends heartfelt gratitude to M Essentials for their generous sponsorship. From handmade soy wax candles for a cleaner burn to car and pet friendly room freshener sprays, they offer quality products tailored to your needs and do not use any dye in any of their products. Custom packaging is available upon request, along with a limited luxury line while supplies last. Visit www.inmanessentials.com now, and don't forget to subscribe and enter your email address for an exclusive 10% discount on your first order. What are you waiting for? Now back to the show.
And we are back. We are back. We are back. There you go. We are back. So, I like that, Lady Oracle. So let me just bring the, excuse me. Can't be doing that. It's too early to be doing that. Got a transcript to read. So let me just, well, we're going to start right where we left off. Remember, Cassie had asked for a break. And from what we know that she very much, she deserved a break. Like I said, this is hard to listen to. This video is not for kids. And this video is not for kids. So I'm just letting you know that right now. The video is not for kids. Now, if you don't care, that's on you. But just letting you know that this video is not for kids. It is hard to listen to, but it is important to get into these transcripts and read, because there has been such a narrative around the fact that Diddy wanted a speedy trial. He wanted the trial while Trump was in office, because he wants Trump to pardon him, right? I don't talk politics on my channel, but I'm going to talk about this because I did see Trump say he would look into this trial and see what's going on. Somebody at a press conference asked him if he was going to pardon Diddy. He says he really, really liked the guy. As far as he knew, the guy liked him. He was going to look into it and then think about it. I'm not a lawyer, but I know a lot about the law. I worked in law enforcement for 7.5 years in the corrections department. My emotions are all over the place in regards to those statements, and to even looking into pardoning him, and he's not even sentenced yet. I have an issue with that. I don't think that you can have all of these people saying the same thing, and some things don't ring true. And I just, it is what it is. He can only pardon him on a federal level. So the states needs, if you're going to bring y'all need to do what y'all need to do, because we don't know whether he's going to pardon him or not. But he can't pardon him until he's convicted. He can't say, okay, stop the trial now, I'm going to give him a pardon. That's not how it works. He has to be convicted and serving time. So I'm just going to say I look at the law, I don't look at the celebrity. And I don't think that anybody should deserve to go through anything, anything of the sort about what we've been hearing. Nobody deserves that. We've been hearing these rumors for years, and now it's gotten serious. It's in a court of law. So if this guy is guilty of what they are alleging, he deserves to go where he needs to go. Underground. Under the jail. I'm not talking about in the tunnels. No dick. Under the jail, though. If what he said is true. I've already showed you guys in the last the other day when we were reading the transcripts why this is considered a RICO and how it's already been the SMEX trafficking was already being introduced in this case right through Cassie. Oh yeah, we did a couple of freak offs in Ibiza. I'm just taking one place, Ibiza. Oh yeah, we used Daniel and he flew out to us to be a part of the freak off. SMEX trafficking right there. He flew the guy out. At this point, let's take Cassie out of it. He flew the guy out to have a freak off. Weird. They had all types of weird SMEX. That's where the SMEX trafficking comes in, because some people was thinking that, oh, it has to be within the United States. So since you don't want to accept that, he flew people out from state to state, which is to have SMEX, which goes to the part of the trafficking in the RICO case. So here we go. We'll give you a place that's out of the United States. Ibiza. That's only one of them. So I'm just saying what I'm saying. I'm just telling you what I know. You cannot look to this from a place of celebrity. A lot of people that are just standing around there just talking, not really listening to the law. Listen, I'm a big fan of Brian Stills. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan of Nicole Westmoreland. They are excellent attorneys. But in some cases, the person that you're trying to defend, the defendant, the defendant's actions are so horrific, it is hard to defend them. And then he's paid you as an attorney and you accepted to be his attorney. And now some of the you're so great at what you do that you have to find a way to try to discredit a victim. And it doesn't always come off as whatever. You may get that, so-and-so tore them up on a stand today. And that's all that the people are taken away from. Whatever. You weren't in the courtroom. You didn't hear what went on, right? But then when you hear somebody that's reporting on the case for real and they say exactly what the question that was asked, now you're looking at the attorney like sideways, like, did you really just say that? Did you really say that in the court of law? And I get it, you're doing your job, but that is not, I couldn't believe it. Of course, we're not getting to that. we're not getting to that day today. Like I said, I did put up a goal over here today. It costs $300 to $500 per day for a transcript. So some of us has gotten together. It's a small group of us, and we have to pay per day. Day 1, day 2, day 3. We working on getting day 4 now. Day 5. We working on 4 and 5. So it's just not like I pulled these transcripts from out of the sky. These are the official transcripts. They cost $300 to $500 a day. So yeah, I am putting it out there today because I am. But anywho, so let's go ahead and bring the trafficking, snakes, eggs. Sometimes I say eggs. I don't throw all my eggs in the garbage. And hopefully Allie threw away her corn. But that's how we say we get around that word. Let me bring this transcript over and let me get right into that. I did take the time out. They're all watermarked today. Let me bring the transcripts over here and let's start. So we left off, like I said, Cassie, was it the lunch break or Cassie asked for a break? One of the two. And then we're going to pick back up with her. It's not too much left from, no, they did go to recess. All right. So we are right here. After recess, the court says, let's come back. Please be seated. So it says, we're just waiting for Miss Ventura. Miss Johnson, yes, welcome back. Let's get our jury. Please be seated. And so, Miss Johnson, you may continue when you are ready. This is Miss Johnson from the prosecution's team. She is the one that is questioning Cassie on direct. All right. So, Miss Ventura, before we broke, we were talking about using rugs at freak-offs. Do you remember that testimony? Yes. And you had testified about sometimes contacting people if you ran out of rugs at freak-offs. Do you remember that? Yes. When you reached out to a contact for more rugs, how did you know who to reach out to? Sean would tell me who to reach out to exactly. Okay, earlier you described the term session referring to all of the X acts with the male paid workers, the paid male workers. Believe it or not, YouTube does flag this E word up here in the description. I had to take it out of the description. They flagged it in the description. So yes, you remember that? She says yes. First and foremost, also too, I wanted to say congratulations to Cassie and Alex Fine on their new bundle of joy. She had a baby boy last week. So congratulations to them. I pray that the baby is, healthy and will remain healthy and all of that good stuff. I just wanted to say that before we move forward, right? They did ask her, did the sessions follow a similar pattern at most freak-offs? She said yes. And how did you know what the pattern was? It was established pretty early on in doing the freak-offs that Sean enjoyed a lot of conversation or describing, usually started with oil and touching and went to oral pleasure and then eventually turned into relations, X, if you will. It was like a gradual process. And is that same pattern that was typically followed in the session? Yeah, we decided what that pattern was. Sean did. I often would try to speed it up if anyone wasn't really paying attention. Objection, non-responsive. Sustained. Can you bring me back? Of course. You were talking about what the pattern was, so let's focus on that for a moment, okay? What was the first X act of the session? First X act of the session would just be I think didn't we find a word for this the other day? Look, y'all, child, I don't forgot. I'll have to write a whole list up here because God dog it, YouTube. All right, of smasherating. Yeah, I got that. They were smasherating, looking at each other while smasherating. Yeah, put it together. When you say looking at each other, who would you be looking at? I would be looking at the paid male worker, and they would be looking at me. I would describe what I saw in detail, and yeah, that's kind of how the beginning went. Why would you describe what you saw in detail? That is what turned Sean on. That was his fantasy. So yeah. Who, if anyone asked you to describe in detail what you saw? Sean, I told y'all we could just a lot of these questions we could just Sean, like a broken. You know what? I'm gonna make a yeah. Just wait on Sean. I'm gonna have to get. I'm gonna have to get together with my producer. Let's see if we can come up with something. Sean. All right, y'all. Rewind. Let me go back. So, how did you feel about describing what you were doing in the? Didn't I just make this word up? Did I go to something? Self-pleasuring step of the session. That's what was self-pleasuring step of the session. I mean, it was just always awkward. I'm a pretty laid back person, so like sitting there and describing somebody's private parts to another male was just awkward and pretty humiliating, but eventually it just became normal. Did you want to be describing what you were doing actually? No, I did not. So after self-pleasuring, what was the next step in the session? Self-pleasuring was just continued to put oil on, eventually get to each other, the male worker and I, and actually start touching each other. That would eventually lead to oral sex. I'm going to pause you there. When you move to touching the male worker, how would you know when to move from self-pleasuring to touching the male worker? More often than not, I would ask if it's okay for me to, who would you ask? Sean. And you move from touching to oral X. How would you know when to make that move? I would just do it and hope that it would be accepted timing wise, or who would tell you? Sean would tell me. When you would ask Sean if you could move from self-pleasuring to touching, why would you ask him? It was his fantasy. He was controlling the whole situation. He was directing it. He was doing the lighting. He was telling us where to be, what to say, how to act in the room. And you testified that you would sometimes move straight to oral X. Why would you want to move to the next X act? I would just try to speed the process along. It was personally, if I get it done, then it's over. And then we move on to the next thing. I just wanted it to be over. When you say you wanted it to be over, what's it? The freak off session. I more often than not would just want to be able to get to the other room where we could just spend time with each other alone. Yeah. So, when you say get to the room where you could spend time alone, who was in the room when you were spending time alone? Just me and Sean. And after Oral X. What was typically the next X act? Oral X would lead to relations. And depending on the familiarity with the escort, sometimes Sean and the escort would both have child. Just take the daggone wheel. Just child. They would both have what's up for always. I knew you was gonna come if you wasn't somewhere else, or the other people's channel that you watch. I knew you was gonna be here. I knew you was gonna pull up for always. Hi, girl. Hi. Y'all here, just make sure you hit that like button, please, because I know sometimes you forget. It's a free way to support the show. I know you get into the reading. You may have to run. So if you hit the button on the way in, that will greatly, for free, or the dislike button, that will greatly help you, girl. Thank you so much. So she says, sometimes Sean and the escort will both have relations with me or be doing something at the same time. Sometimes he would just watch. When you say he would be doing something with you at the same time, what was that something? If I was having relations with a male worker, Sean could walk up and have me give him oral smacks. Y'all, when I tell y'all, child, where is the truth? Let me see. Let me go back up here to child, because we need one of those right about now. Because what is going on? Okay, so yeah, you know what? I hope, and I pray that this trial could continue on. We have a platform. You have to be responsible. This is all I'm going to say, right? You have to be responsible. And even if you're covering a case, right, you have to be responsible while covering cases. So there was one of his assistants on the stand last week. She was testifying under the pseudonym Mia. A lot of people did not know who she was. They saw her in the courtroom, didn't know who she was. But she has been doxxed, picture and all. And I'm just saying, I just hope that doesn't come back to bite the person that did it. You have to be responsible with your platforms. Because until I saw that, I did not know who Mia was. And I'm talking about, even I know who some of the cat players are in this case. I didn't know who she was, didn't know her real name. She has been doxxed. And I'm just hoping that the channel that did it, this is the federal government that you're dealing here. When they release something to the public for public consumption, you can share it. But if they go out of their way to not put something out there, or someone's testifying under a pseudonym, even if I knew what the person's name was, if I had a picture of the person, I just personally would not do it, because that's not what the government wants. But you a big dog, so she's been doxxed. Picture, real name, first and last. I said, whoa. Wow. You really did that? Wow. Did you check with your attorneys before you did that? That's a big one. You're playing with fire. Because she testified in open court, she still didn't testify using her name. She's just known as Mia. And from what I've learned, she had her hair down in her face. Like her hair was like down. She walked like down in the face. And I'm sure some people knew who she was or who she is. But you did a whole doxing on this girl. I pray that nothing happens to her. That's all I'm gonna say. You just have to be more careful with the platform that you are given. And the fact that you kind of had her mixed up with the wrong person at first. They had to tell you. You arguing with the people in the chat. No, this is they the same person. No. The person that you're calling her testified 2 or 3 days ago. She's somebody totally different. The feds is not going to bring somebody in as one person, another race, and then they're going to turn and tell the person, go home, dye your hair, put it in your face, come back, and now you're going to testify under the pseudonym Mia. It just does not work that way. I'm just telling you, I'm just speechless. But you knew this was Mia because you said that Mia is on the stand right now. And then commenced to doxing her at the end of your show. All right, now, let's go. You have to be more careful. I just hope that the feds, because the feds don't come. We did not release that. We did not release her name, her real name for a reason. We did not. Yeah. The picture, she came in and testified as herself, just under the pseudonym. Like I said, they said she had her hair pulled down over her face. Really, she was looking like this with her head down. Well, some people know who she is, but that's why the beef sector is not for me. It's just going to be a problem. You can somebody dox me, you coming over here, you may not be leaving. I'm just saying. That's just what it is. So I don't have time for all that. But to each his own. It's your platform. Listen, you had problems before. I can't believe you did that. You got to be more careful. So then so she says, when you say he will be doing something with you at the same time, what was that something? So she said, if I was having relations with a paid worker, Sean could walk up and have me give him oral pleasure. It was just like a lot happening at once. So during relations with paid workers, speculate. Y'all know. Just go ahead and put it on all together. But they speculate. That's what we're gonna call it, speculate. Right for always. Never say it. Yeah. Listen, people grow on their platforms. Your platform, you gotta take responsibility for it. So you put the name out there. Oh well, I don't know how the feds are going to take that, but yeah, everybody's wild. Like, these, if you think that those attorneys on the defense side is not watching these videos, they are. Trust me, they are. And especially from a big YouTuber. There is something else that came out during that whole video in itself that can hurt this case. And I just was like, wow. Woo, I hope, So anyway, at what point would male workers spajaculate? Usually when it was okay for them to. Per Sean. But if they did, they would usually do it on me. And then, and then Sean and I would go into the next room and he would want me to put the body secretions on his body. Now hold up a whole goddamn minute. Somebody take the phone. Hold up a minute now. I ain't never heard of that. Child, maybe I should be Sister Teresa. Child, he wanted you to do what with another man? You got to be crazy. I didn't just read that. I didn't read that. No, I didn't. That's not what she said. That's not what she said. That's not what it said. That is not what it said. That is not what it said. What? Are you? That's right. Please put the Dow Brooks objection in the chat. Are you kidding me? Child, this too much. All right, let's go. So, okay, when paid workers would spajaculate on you, who, if anyone, would tell them where to spajaculate? What's up, Nessa? See, I saw that you was in here earlier. I said that you be in and out because she's more of on the Instagram side. But yes, my girl. What's up, Nessa? So Sean was usually right there directing it where it could be. Were there occasions when paid workers spajaculated without having been told to do so? Yes. What happened on those occasions? Ciao. They got paid less. I'm not doing this with Diddy. I'm not doing this with Diddy. They got paid less. If they spajaculated and he didn't tell them to. Now, say, how you going to stop? The illest said me either. How you going to stop somebody and tell them if they go on full? How? Okay, so what, if anything, would Sean say about when paid workers spajaculated without having been told to do so? He was pretty open with the fact that he wasn't pleased by their performance. So yeah, he would take less money. And when you would go into the other room and you said Sean asked you to put body secretions on him. Did you do that? I did. Where did you put it? Usually on his chest or on his ripples. P. Diddy, come back to the courtroom on Saturday. Come back to the courtroom on Saturday, P. Diddy. Brother Love, Puff Daddy, a.k.a. Pop, a.k.a. Poppy, a.k.a. Love on top, Tucci on the bottom. Come back to the goddamn courtroom on this Saturday afternoon. What do you get out of that? Y'all, I don't care what type of freakiness you... What? Child. Doesn't it feel good to pay? Y'all, I'm confused. I don't know what type of this is on a whole another level here. So she asked her, did you want to do that? No. And then told, here we go. Here we go. Hold on, y'all. Sorry about that. That wasn't me. I don't know if all right, let's go. Um, um, each session, not like a full freak off. Yeah, each session. Anywhere between like an hour to 3 hours, just depending. Just depended. So, and the individual stages that you described, how long typically did each of those stages last? Felt like forever. One thing could be hours, honestly, depending on how high we were. Yeah. And you testified about wanting to speed the process along. How would Sean react when you tried to speed up the process? He would tell me to slow it down, or tell both me and the paid worker to slow it down. I could often, like, if I left the room to use the bathroom, I could hear Sean telling the paid worker to slow it all down, because I usually wanted to just finish. Besides asking you to slow down, were there occasions where you had to start a stage over if you moved too quickly? Yeah, we would go back to square one. She said 50 Shades of Diddy and his freak offs. Listen. Child, listen. They said at one point he would have Kim in one room, her in another room, and was it Gina? I think it was Gina in another room, and he would be going. So he had to be on. And that's why I can understand why I saw Quincy back at that courthouse yesterday. This is why I can't understand that. Ain't no way in the world you don't have a mama and you got to listen to this stuff in court. They I don't believe so. You know, Justin. I don't believe there's going to be any testimony about me. So this was after her time. But what Justin does have to endure is the hecklers. So when he comes to court, they are calling him Lil Wolf. What's up, Lil Wolf? That's Lil Wolf right there. He looked just like Lil Wolf. And he do, but he looked just like Lil Wolf. That's Lil Wolf right there. It's a lot. It's a lot. But they ain't lying now. I'll just say they look alike. Put a picture of them side by side. They look alike. He don't have it was like his mother didn't have nothing to do with it. But he looks like Baby Wolf. Yes, he does. Rest in peace to Wolf. I'm just saying. All right. But you got to endure that. But Quincy, you showing up to this court looking all kinds of confused. Yesterday, you looked like you didn't know whether it was, if you want to dress for the spring, the winter. You had on a turtleneck and some windbreaker pants. A purse. You didn't know which way you wanted to go. You just looked lost. There is no way you should be showing up to this court case to show any solidarity or support. The rumors that they're saying about Diddy and him, I'm not going to repeat those. I've never heard, anywhere where something like that happened. But your daddy asked you to come home, regardless of whatever the relationship was. Step out of this and come home. Now I understand he pays a very, very important role in his sister's lives, and they have the same mother, and so does Lil Puffy. Those are his sisters. That's his brother. I understand that, but the girls are not in the courtroom at this time. They should never should never come back to court again, because no child should have to listen to this nonsense. The Illa said, yes, it is. Wolf was fine. Yes, he was. Back in the day, the pictures is just crazy. And then all of a sudden, yeah, he's going to now. I digress. Let's go back here. Besides asking you to slow down, were there occasions where you had to start a stage over if you moved too quickly? Oh, yeah. So she said, I already said that. Yeah, they back to square one. So approximately how many sessions would you have with one paid worker during a freak off? I would say at least 2 to 3. But a freak off could be 3 to 4 different men. Ciao. I'm sorry, y'all, if I heard that. Don't. Ain't that what? What was Bart Simpson? Bart Simpson, ain't that? Is Bart Simpson's son? What's the father name? Don't. That's what I'm feeling right about that. 3 to 4 different. Cassie was never his girlfriend. I wish people would stop saying that. I saw an interview with one of the bodyguards. We knew that was off. We knew it was wifey, because they didn't know he would give them the day off when he would check into these hotels. But they kind of got like stayed around to say, wait a minute. Like, this is like odd. And look, is he going to the same floor? And look to see him knocking on the room door. But you excused me for the day and said you didn't need me anymore. Roger Bond says that in all of his interviews. And Roger Bonds left him. And he said that everything that Cassie said in her testimony up until the time that he left is the truth. Yeah, he said he tried stopping him, but then you look at the day 26 interview, and they are saying something else about Roger Bonds. Don't act like you wasn't. I don't know. That just could be Q having an issue, because allegedly he was messing with Dawn. Now, he did say he used to mess with an R&B John, but he didn't say her name. But Q done came out, yeah, doing all types of weird stuff. And another person that is really crazy, that's doing a whole bunch of weird stuff, and she was so vocal prior to this trial starting years and years ago. Aubrey. It's questionable. Your timing is questionable about an interview you dropped with Q. It's questionable. It is at best. Like, to discredit, it's real suspect, Aubrey. You was doing all this windmilling out here about how you was going to testify, how you was going to be helping them take Diddy down and all this other kind of stuff. And then you drop an interview to child. I guess money walks and bull crap. Money talks and bull crap walks. Because, baby, it is giving paid off. You should have just sat on the sidelines and never said anything. If you was going to get to this point, and do what you're doing and do what you just did. Aubrey's not a dumb woman. She's not. She's not a dizzy, stereotype they have about blondes. Yeah. So you know exactly what you're doing. It's giving payoff. I took a payoff. That's what it's giving. All right. So she's not testifying in this case. She will not be. I'm tired. I don't know. I don't think I can hear this one in my ear. So, besides asking you to slow down. Okay, so it says, and how is it determined how many sessions would be had? She said with any one male worker, it was based off the high and just how things were moving. Did you ever want to have additional sessions with an paid worker? No. Who, if anyone, would tell you to have additional sessions with the paid worker? Objection form. What are you objecting to? She said, who, if anyone? Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly for always. So she says, objection form. I can rephrase, Your Honor. You may. I'm sorry. You may. Thank you, Judge. I didn't think that was a question too, because she said, if anyone. Normally, he sustains those objections. But you know what? I love this judge, but there's some pretty questionable things that have been happening as of late. So let's go. Ms. Ventura, you just testified you did not want to have additional sessions with an escort. Oh, yeah, whatever, I said it. And hated it. Did you have additional sessions with escorts? Said it again, excuse me. During the freak-offs? Sometimes, yes. Why? Because Sean would want to do more, go longer, finish up stronger, as he would say. Go longer. If he can't do nothing else, he can make up a slogan. Go longer, finish strong. You also testified that there were sometimes 3 to 4 paid workers at a freak off. Yes. Were there any occasions where there was more than one paid worker present for one session? Yes. Approximately how many times was that? That I don't know an exact number, but definitely more than once. Did you want more than one male worker to be present at a session? No. It was already enough managing one additional person. And when more than one paid worker was present, how did the X proceed? Child, I just don't even know what we about to read, but buckle up, because I just got a feeling this about to be a whole tragedy. Let me just hold on. I told you I need to get me. I haven't had a drink in so long, but baby, Reed need drink. I need to be having some wine or something. But I'll just sip on my agua for now. Cause listen. All right, let's go. Let's just go right into it, okay? All right, so did you want more than one paid worker to be present at a time? No, it was already enough managing one additional person. And when more than one paid worker was present, how did the X proceed? It was very sorry, Allie, corn. What do you mean by that? It was just, I was an object, being heavily objectified by men in that scenario. Chow always has the perfect description of how to describe Cassie to Diddy. She was his plastic blow-up doll with no feelings. Now I added this. With no feelings, no say-so, no emotions, nothing. She was a plastic blow-up doll with all of the female parts functioning for him to use at his beck and call for his pleasure. She was nothing to him. She was never his girlfriend. Never. I don't care what he said. I don't care how many times she premiered on a carpet with him. I don't care. No real man treats a woman like that, regardless to how much money you have or not. You have daughters. You have daughters. And everybody is not playing the game with you when it comes to you being this tough guy. Everybody's not playing the game with your kids when it comes to playing. Nobody's playing with them either. I'm talking about the boys. I'm not talking about the young, the girls, young women, and the girls, because he has that little one in this case. There's going to come a time when they can be touched. There's going to come a time when they have love interests themselves. But like you took advantage of this girl in the open, it started happening at events. What are we doing in this industry that you would openly feel that it was okay You got your sons out here mad because these people doing interviews. So they approaching them about to get their heads knocked off. You got a lot going on out here. So Chopper said they reached out to him. He said that Justin, in particular, why are you doing this to my father? Threaten him. So he told him, little boy, if you don't get the F out my face. So they said, so you're not going to say. He was like, man, what about I look like doing something to that little boy? He said, F that little boy. F them. Man, you better simmer down because you got a lot of people in a lot of different situations right now, and they're not happy, security included. You think they're going to keep securing your children? Child. That's a... Ain't never bust a grape in a fruit fight, and they out here approaching folks. I pray for his kids' safety too, as well. I pray as well. I pray as well. Those girls they don't have anything to do. And Justin's mother said it best when she did her post and delete. So I forgot which incident it was with Justin. And she's like, you're supposed to be out here teaching them to be better. You know, I trust him to be with you. And this is what we're doing. She's like, come on, Diddy. I'm not being silent no more. Come on now. Send my baby home. At this point, he's a grown man. Exactly. For always, this is a great point. The way Diddy humiliated so many people, him and his family are now being humiliated, and it doesn't feel good. I still would not be out there, saying anything to his mother. My mother taught me to respect my elders. And I definitely wouldn't be out there because nothing has been proven as it relates to her. And I know that people that have been done wrong, they say a lot about her. Still, I would not be out there. Somebody pointed it out. Yes, I said, oh my goodness, these people out here don't have no filter, no nothing. They said, oh, she was walking like with a cane the other day. How's she walking upright today? I said, oh my gosh. Somebody please just leave that lady alone. Leave that lady alone, because this is her karma as well. If she did anything, which I personally, I don't know. I don't know that. Personally. We've all heard the rumors. So if it is true, this is her karma too. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But she is an 80-year-old woman. I just think that people need to respect, well, I guess some people look at her like she's an elder, but she was with the shits. So, so I guess the people, they don't care. And you have the other guy that was down. Oh my goodness. He was in a part of, he's calling Farnsworth Bensley out. I said, oh my goodness, this is getting crazy. What was his name? A felon. Felon? Oh my goodness. If y'all ain't see that, I gotta see what that young man's channel is. He just stands outside and gets all the footage outside. And so he allowed him to come and speak his piece. And oh man, I was like, oh my word. What? Let me see if I can. Hold on a minute, y'all. Let me see if I can because you catch some good stuff outside. And then they got, what they call her? She be outside the courthouse. Brack Barbie. It's like play on crack. Brack Barbie. She be saying some stuff out there. I said, oh my goodness. Wow. Yesterday, as the family was getting in the car to the Sprinter to leave, and they were closing the door, she was out there talking about, I want somebody to pee on me. I said, oh my gosh. Why is she out here doing this? Let me see. I want to see, because this guy, he gets all the behind the scenes footage, and he's just outside. He ain't even trying to go. You know what they call him Big Ack. He looks like him to me. An academic took to his platform and went crazy on him the other day. It was really disgusting. Why are you going crazy on him when the people are saying that? He didn't have to do that, how he did it. So his channel is called The Real Rap Show. The Real Rap Show. He stands outside of the court and gets all of the footage from outside. All of you're going to see some of your favorite content creators out there acting a whole donkey. I think he should be banned. One content creator in particular should be banned from even being outside, but that's just my opinion. You'll see it all. So I just put the I don't know about that for always. All I know is that before anybody can out him, he came out himself. And so when they asked him, how do you feel about what's going on with Diddy? He was like, who? That's all he said, but I'm going to say, I'm going to take it further. He was like, I don't know who that is. But he gave the person he was with a look like, hurry up and get me in this car. Who? I don't know nobody named no damn Diddy. Who? Yeah. He's Academic's cousin? I don't think so. 2 days later, she showed on screen like what academics went off on him. Maybe okay, if it's something that they planned, maybe, I don't know. He looks a lot like him though. He do. Somebody say he looked like academics and academics went off. I don't know. Academics, let me shut up. I don't know if they scheduled his court date yet, or I gotta look and see if they came to some type of resolution, or is he going forth with some of the same charges, but just not in the federal court. I'm gonna have to check that out because he had 2 cases. All right, while you're over here spilling the tea about somebody else. Okay. Yeah. I just want to know that. Did they schedule your court cases yet? You didn't ask for a speedy trial? Oh no, because he asked for an extension. That's what it was. He asked for an extension because he didn't think the girl was serious. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Allie, we're gonna have to get them documents and read over them. We're gonna have to read over them documents. Okay. Were there any occasions where there was more than one? Okay, so yeah, we did all that. All right. So you talked about managing an additional paid worker. What did you mean by managing? Just having to be the only female in the room, like with the egg jewel stuff. It just having to entertain one more person, make sure one more person is satisfied. Yeah. Pretty girl, very low self-esteem. During these sessions, where was Sean physically relative to you and the paid worker? If he wasn't involved, he would be like just outside the room, kind of covered up, not seeing. You could just hear his voice or in the corner. If he was involved though, he would be right next to us. And when you say involved, is that what are you referencing? He would be a part of the X as you discussed earlier? Yeah, with me. Somebody said that she's downplaying. I mean, she has to testify truthfully. Like I said, I believe she had an immunity deal. A lot of things that's coming out here, she could be charged with. So I'm sure she has immunity. If Sean was in the corner of the room, what was he generally doing there? He was generally pleasuring himself and just talking. What kinds of things did he say? He would just ask me like, now, how the D felt. Like what it looked like. How did it make me feel? This is so awkward. Girl, if it's awkward to you on the stand, girl, reading it is awkward. You also mentioned sometimes Sean would be outside the room. Is that right? Yeah. How frequently did that happen? I mean, it varied. No real number. When Sean was outside of the room during the freak off, what, if any, conversations did you have with Sean before it started about where he would be? We didn't really. I guess on occasion there was like a couple of occasions where he said he wanted to watch from a different room, or he would set up like my phone and his phone on a FaceTime so that he could watch while he wasn't like present in the actual room. When I tell y'all, I hate everything about this man. Like, everybody has their own opinions. I get it. hold on. All right, I just want to see something. So yeah, when I tell y'all so much music, good music, and so much talent came out of this, I know some people that are going through some of the music that was put out, and even bringing even some of the records that Biggie made, were the lyrics were questionable. And this other male YouTuber was saying that he was like, I was just singing this rapping it all willy nilly, like it's big. Like I think I don't know. I guess I would say I think the only person that hated Big was people that was in the industry that felt like he had taken over. He was definitely lyrically talented, and not just he wasn't a cute dude, not by a long shot, but not everything is about looks all the time. I didn't really know, well, we didn't know, we just know that he put out some good music, right? And then here comes Lil' Kim behind him with some great music. So but to but Roger Bonds did say one of the reasons why he left, he has diabetes, but he used that to his advantage. But he did say because stuff was getting worse and worse, and like his drug use was getting worse and worse and worse, and his character was getting worse and worse and worse. So he did, the abuse was getting, he just was like he couldn't do it anymore. So he left. But yeah, a lot of Biggie songs have crazy lyrics in them. They went back and played, you be like, we just was singing this stuff. But you know what? I find that out in a lot of stuff I was singing as a child. Like I like, all genres of music. And now that I'm older, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? Child, I ain't had no business singing that. No business singing that at all. But anywho, he done open. They on FaceTime. He peeking. This is the weirdest, craziest ish ever. No, I'm not even. For always, it gets worse than that. It's not. That is not even what I'm talking about. No, it gets worse than that. It is some real questionable lyrics in a couple of his songs, and you just like, what? You didn't look at it in that way then, man. So let's go. I just have to talk to y'all sometime. Give my mind some space. Reading this, like I said, this is not easy, and the information that is in these transcripts are triggering at best. So let's go. Where he was at, he's somewhere on the FaceTime. Okay, here we go. But if he was just out of the room and not paying attention, I would stop. Oh, okay. So I'm going to read that again. She says, if he could see me, if Sean could see me on the FaceTime, I was still. So, okay. So there's a question that came after FaceTime. Excuse me. I jumped ahead. It says, so on the occasions when Sean was out of the room, what did you and the paid worker typically do? She said, if he could see me, if Sean could see me on the FaceTime, I was still doing the same thing. So talking and having this actual encounter with the paid worker. But if he was just out of the room and not paying attention, I would stop. How would you know if Sean was out of the room and not paying attention? I would just know that you can't hear him or he didn't call. He's not paying attention. So during freak-offs, what difficulty, if any, did paid workers have in getting or maintaining Directions. Y'all take the D off. It was actually pretty frequent with people that we didn't know well. Yeah, and they would express it like it's every time Sean would talk, it would throw them off. Or if he moved a candle or, just was distracting, I guess. A lot of them have the same. And I'm hoping that we get something to you. I'm hoping that I'm almost sure we're going to get to this person today, because let's see how it comes up in the transcript when they ask her questions about him, because that is just crazy work. But I want them to get to it in the transcript first, and then I'll ask you guys a question. And what did Sean do when paid workers were having trouble with directions? He would give them a pep talk. At the end, they definitely didn't get paid the normal amount. I know that. How do you know that? Because he would tell me, and he would tell them as well. It wasn't really a secret. When you say he, who is he? Sean. Were there any occasions where Sean offered the paid workers rugs like Viagra? Yeah. And who else besides paid workers did Sean offer Viagra to? He offered it to me before. What? And what did he say about you taking Viagra? That it has the same effect on women, just sensitivity. Did you take the Viagra that he offered you? I did. And how did you feel? Sensitive and engorged. Did you want to take the Viagra? No, I didn't. So when paid workers were having trouble getting a direct, take the D off. What, if anything, did you observe affected their inability to get direct? Like I said before, just a distraction of seeing Sean move around, maybe just hearing his voice, it's quite recognizable. Any distractions, though, really, some of the men would actually just say that, like, having someone else in the room just was disturbing for them. It made them uncomfortable. Of course. Like, you sit in a corner like a little daggone creep, pleasuring yourself. Were there any distractions that you observed other than Sean's voice? Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. Cumulative and its straining relevance. I'm sorry, the last part of it I missed. Relevance. Okay, I'll sustain the objection, and you can maybe rephrase the question. Sure. After a session, what would you and Sean do next? The end of an entire session or just one session within a freak off? We would hang out and take more rugs with each other. After a session, would you ever have X with Sean? Yeah. And where would you have X with Sean after the session? In the room outside of where the session was, separate room. You mentioned earlier today that freak offs were video recorded. Do you recall that testimony? Yep. How are they recorded? In the beginning, they were on video cameras, like the ones with the small tapes. Then eventually, phones, iPads, computers, R. Kelly 2.0. Whose devices were used to record freak-offs? My own, Sean's, and my own. Approximately when did freak-offs start being recorded? Pretty early on, within the first year. Who, if anyone, proposed recording freak-offs? I wouldn't say there was a proposal. It just started happening. How did it start happening? Sean brought out a camera and set it up, and that's what was happening. Did you want to be recorded? No. I remember feeling insane at first, and then he explained to me that it's for him for afterwards. So yeah. What? It was him. My goodness. Did you ever watch the videos again? Yes. When would you watch the videos again? I will watch them with Sean afterwards, when we usually when we were having relations. But I also, if I saw them and I was on my own, I was deleting them. You mentioned that some of these videos were recorded on some of your devices. Do you remember that? Yep. Why were your devices used? Because they were there. No real reason. Did you want these videos to be on your devices? No. If you saw these videos on your devices, what did you do? Delete them? Who set up the recording equipment during freak offs? Sean. If he wanted me to move it, I would move it. How would you know when he wanted you to move it? He would tell me. Whose idea was it to use your devices? It was Sean's idea. Were you always successful? Why did you delete the videos that you found on your devices? Humiliating, disgusting. I never wanted anyone to ever see me like that. It just was not okay for me. And I felt like it was just tossed around, like the idea of it was tossed around like it was nothing. Like, yeah. You also testified that Sean's devices were sometimes used to record free calls. Do you remember that? Yes. And what, if anything, did you ask Sean to do with the videos? I would frequently ask him to delete videos because he had his assistants and staff members would have access to his computers and phones. To your knowledge, did Sean delete the videos that were on his devices? I don't know. Were there times when you saw videos even after Sean said he deleted them? Yes, and I would delete them. How often did that happen? On occasion? It wasn't all the time, but enough. Miss Ventura, when, if ever, did you leave a freak off before it was over? When I was literally just trying to go home. What do you mean by that? There was an instance in Los Angeles where it got violent and I chose to leave. Where were you in Los Angeles? I was at the Intercontinental Century City. And what happened when you chose to leave? When I chose to leave, I grabbed what I could and I got out, and Sean followed me into the hallway before the elevators and grabbed me up, threw me on the ground, kicked me, tried to drag me back to the room. He took my stuff. Yeah. Miss Ventura, I'm going to start at the beginning of that incident, okay? Prior, strike that. Miss Gavin, can you please pull up for identification for the court and the parties government exhibit B625? Can you please also put up page 2 side by side? Miss Ventura, do you recognize document at B625? Yes. What do you recognize it to be? A text message between me and Sean. Is this a true and accurate text message between you and Sean? Yes. The government exhibit B625. Can I have one moment, please? You may. No objection. B625 will be admitted. Miss Ventura, focusing you on the top of the page 1. If Miss Gavin, if you could blow up that top section, who are the participants in this chat? That's me and Sean. Miss Gavin, can you take that down? Can you blow up the bubble on page 2, please? What's the date of this message? March 5, 2016. And what event, if anything, did you have at or around March of 2016? I had my first big movie premiere. And in relation to March 5th, when was that premiere? That premiere was on the following Monday or Tuesday. So this was on a Friday, I believe. And sorry, Miss Gavin, can you take that down and put pages 2 and 3 side by side? Miss Ventura, directing your attention to the first message on page 2. Who is this message from? From me. I'm sorry. Oh, 2. On the page on the left, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's from Sean. Okay, and what does that message say? Thanks. So what you gonna do so I can plan the rest of my night? And when Sean asked you, so what you gonna do so I can plan the rest of my night? What was your understanding of what Sean was asking you? I mean, my understanding after that time passed was that he wanted to have a freak off or do something along those lines. Turning to the next page, and Miss Gavin, can you blow up the green message at the top, please? How do you respond, Miss Ventura? I say, baby, I want to FO so bad, but I don't want to F myself up. What am I to do? What does FO stand for? Freak off. When you say, baby, I want to F off so bad, but I don't want to F myself up, what did you mean by that? There's a lot in that little line, but I definitely didn't want to mess my body up for my premiere by partying. But I was telling him that I wanted to have an FO with him. And why did you tell him you wanted to have an FO? Even if you didn't want to mess up your body by partying. Honestly, it was like a bit of damage control ahead. I personally felt like if I sort of initiate or go along with creating this night, that my premiere wouldn't be ruined. I don't know. What were you worried would happen at your premiere if you didn't have a freak off with Sean before the premiere? He would have just made it miserable for me. I never really had like the chance to or the opportunity to enjoy the things that I had worked really hard on. So it just felt like I was just trying to play a balancing act a bit. I think you mentioned damage control. What did you mean by damage control? If I pleased him with the freak off, then my premiere would run smoothly. That's how I looked at it. And Miss Gavin, can you pull that down? Miss Ventura, directing your attention to the text message on the bottom in the green. Can you blow it up, Miss Gavin? Miss Ventura, what does this message say? It says, I'm going to BOA quickly to see Erin because I didn't get to see her and we can have fun. I don't want you thinking I don't want to. When you say I don't want you thinking I don't want to, what are you referring to? She says to freak off. And why did you say that? Because I didn't want him thinking I didn't want to. That would be a problem. Why would that be a problem? Because I knew what he wanted, and I knew the nuanced conversation. I understood it differently. So turning to the hotel, I believe you testified earlier this was at the Intercontinental in Century City. Yes. Okay. Inside the hotel room at a high level, can you describe to the jury what happened? Inside the hotel room, we were having a freak off, and is it okay to say who was there? Yes, Jules was one of the paid workers, and in the middle of it, there was a lot of drinking. There was a lot of partying, but in the middle of it, I'm not sure what happened, but I got hit by Sean, and I had a black eye. And at that point, all I could think about was getting out of there safely. I had my premiere, and I didn't want to mess it up, so I left. At what point in the freak off did Sean hit you? It was like in between sessions. So when we weren't in the room with the paid worker, was Jules still present in the overall hotel suite? Yes, he was. When Sean hit you? Yes. After that happened, after Sean hit you, what happened next? After he hit me, and I saw the result of it, I knew I had to get out. So when he was distracted, I don't know exactly what he was doing. He was either in the shower or on the phone. I just grabbed my stuff and ran out as fast as I could. And where were you headed when you ran out of the room? I was headed home to my apartment. What happened next? I made it to the elevators. I got my sneakers on, and then the next thing I knew, I was just thrown to the ground. Yeah, it was really fast to the ground. You said you got your sneakers on when you got to the elevator. Where were your sneakers before? My sneakers, I think, were in my bag. I just ran out without any shoes. Why did you run out without any shoes? Faster? You said you were thrown down in the elevator lobby. Who threw you down? Sean. He grabbed me by the back of my neck and my hoodie and just threw me to the ground. And in the interaction in the elevator lobby, what kind of things was Sean saying to you? It's a little bit fuzzy to remember. Well, I don't want you to speculate, so let's pull up some exhibits. Ciao. That's a lot. That they're talking about the incident that we all were able to see because CNN leaked the footage first. Yeah. So I thought those were socks. I know she had put on, I thought they looked like they were black socks. Could be fuzzy, but it looked like they were socks. Excuse me. Miss Gavin, can you please pull up Government Exhibit 10C-104 in evidence? If you could just pause it at that first second. If you're here, I know you're listening to the transcript. Can you please hit the like button as a free way to support the channel? It does not tell me who likes the video or dislikes the video. It just helps the video get pushed out into the algorithm. And if you're not afraid to jump out the bushes, come on in here and jump into the chat and talk about the reading of the transcripts and what you are hearing. Everyone's opinions are accepted as long as they are done respectfully. But if they're not, then we just remove them. But other than that, if you are here over on YouTube, please hit the like button. And over on X or Twitter, if you can, there's a link that's in the chat. If you can click that link, come over here, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It's right next to the like button. It doesn't tell you us over here on YouTube who like or dislike the video. It's a free way to support the show. And you guys can go right back over to X and finish watching the video if you like. I'm just asking you to click the link, hit like, subscribe, and you can go back over there. We're so close to our 4K subscribers, and hopefully we can get here today. Thank you so much. So, Miss Gavin, can you please pull up Government Exhibit 10C-104 in evidence? If you could just pause it at that first second. Miss Ventura, do you recognize this hallway? Yes, that's the Century City Intercontinental Hallway. Okay, Miss Gavin, can you please play until 14 seconds? Miss Ventura, in which direction are you walking in this video? I'm walking towards the elevator. Sorry, I skipped a step. Who is in this video? That's me. Okay, Miss Gavin, can you play until 33 seconds? Pausing there. Who is depicted on the screen at 33 seconds? That's Sean. And in which direction is Sean headed? Same as me, towards the elevator. What is Sean wearing in this video? Towel and some measly freaking socks. Why is he in these people hallway basically naked? I didn't say he didn't have to worry about nothing hanging out because they said he had a Tootsie Roll. That wasn't me. That's the people. That's what the people said. I don't have nothing to do with it. And Nancy Grace brought a Tootsie Roll to her live and was holding it up. I said, you know what? She is petty anyway. You gotta love Nancy Grace petty. She's petty. And then I love some of her petty. Oh Lord. What is okay? We already established she's wearing a towel and some. I'm a sock girl, so I love all types of socks. I like socks with all different colors, argyle, all types of socks with all types of funny stuff all over it. Like just anything colorful in the sock. I love socks of all kinds. So I always have like an extensive collection of socks. It's just something, and I was like, oh, he got some little cute socks, simple stripes, but colorful. They're cute. Where's his clothes? Yeah, Diddy. Oh, but yeah, this is not the first hallway. He was out there just in his towel. You think people want to see you like that? They had you in GQ as one of the sexiest men have. Your money? Diddy is just not attractive to me. I'm just saying. That's me though. Some people are attracted to him. I'm just one of those women that's not physically or given his actions just all the way around. I just not attracted to that. No ma'am. Okay, so moving right along. Miss Gavin, can you please take this exhibit down and pull up 10C-103? Can you please play until 29 seconds, please? Actually, pause in there first. Miss Ventura, do you recognize what's depicted here in 10C-103? Yes, that's the elevator area. Is that the Intercontinental? At the Intercontinental? Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, yeah. All right, so, yeah. Miss Gavin, can you play until 29 seconds? Who is depicted in this frame? It's me. And can you play a few more seconds, Miss Gavin? Pause there. Who is behind you now? Sean. Can you play until 56 seconds, pausing there? Miss Ventura. And what direction is Sean pulling you at the end of that clip? He's pulling me towards the room. And earlier in that clip, do we see what you described earlier being thrown to the ground? Yes. How many times had Sean thrown you to the ground like that before? For always, I'm right there with you. I said, ain't no, it don't say no disrespect. It's not no disrespect, but nope. Listen, I'm not gonna say it ain't no disrespect. I'm disrespectfully saying that I'm not attracted to him in that no way, shape, form, or fashion. Not even his money. Shout out to Allie for being a member for 4 months. Shout out to you, Allie, girl, for supporting the channel for 4 whole months. I appreciate you, girl. Thank you so much. Means so much to me over here. She's more than a member. So she already knows. So yeah, just what? For always, I was saying I would disrespectfully say I'm not attracted to him in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Not even his money. Not attracted to it. You know, guys don't attract me with cars and all that stuff. Cause some men have some nice cars, but guess where they sleeping? On their mama couch. Hell, you done put it all into the ride, huh? You got to make that make sense. Or it's parked in somebody else's driveway. You got to make it make sense. Priorities. So I've never been, taking him. I've had so many cars. Y'all don't even know. I've had so many cars. Their cars don't impress me. Like, yeah. So a lot of men hook women with cars because I don't know where their minds at. Minds be like, I know what I'm bringing to the table. What else you bringing to the table instead of the car? Who you live with? You still live home with mama? All right. Maybe today's society, I'd be like, oh, times is hard. But let's get it. I'm not about to visit you at your mama house in the living room and sit on the couch with you and watch TV where you sleep at every night. You gotta make that make sense to me. All right, let's go on, because that's a sidebar. And I know he had his own money, but somebody with him with all the physical, he didn't put hands on Cassie. Almost his whole staff got it. Got the hands put on them, except the security guards. But they did say that he still mentally messed with them and let them know that if you leave here, you probably won't work for anybody else. So he's a very powerful man, because of the money that he has, because of his charm. Now, if he got a different charm about him, he used his charm to get these women, some of these women, right? Because he's very charming. He charms men too. And I'm not even saying that in a actual way. I'm just saying he's somebody that's very charming and that, and I heard he's taking a stand. I heard he's taking, they saying he gonna get on the stand. I could believe it, but I won't believe it till I hear it. Matter of fact, if they let me know in advance, I'm gonna see how I'm arranged, but maybe I can go see it. But I don't know about that. You got to be a kind of a regular over there, or they got people that you could pay to stand in line and hold your space. They got a lot of stuff going on. Then another thing, it's just, I think that, Some of the YouTube content creators are doing such a great thing. Some of the content creators from, on X are out there as well doing. But then you have some people that just make content creators look crazy and make us, and it's just like, oh, I don't want to be around. You don't want to be around the nonsense, but it is what it is. All right, moving right along. All right, so and earlier in that clip, do we see what you described earlier of being thrown to the ground? Yes. How many times has Sean thrown you to the ground like that before? Too many to count. I don't know. And when you were thrown to the ground at the Intercontinental, what did you do? I, at that moment, covered my face and just stayed there. Why did you cover your face? Because I didn't want him to do any more damage than he had already done. Why did you just stay on the ground? Because it felt like the safest place to be. Miss Gavin, can you take this down, please, and pull up 10C 105? If you can play from 23 seconds to 30 seconds, it's very sad to read this because we all saw this video and witnessed this video. It is very, very sad reading how she felt in that moment. Very disheartening. Such a trigger warning. Like it's very triggering. And I'm trying to get my trigger warning. A lot of CCs are really embarrassing. Yes, go somewhere and act. This is a federal case. It's not YouTube. It's not YouTube. It's not X. You're not on YouTube on your own channel on your own platform. I represent well. I mean, you can't be at the courthouse acting like you're in your sector. It's just a whole lot of foolishness going on. Like, it's just not. It's not becoming. It's sad, but for that's one reason why I can easily go to the trial. But one big reason why I won't is because, like, what I see daily, I don't want to be a part of that. But I wouldn't mind going to see him get on the stand if that is the truth. All right. Yeah, terrorizing her. So then they ask her, just pausing, I'm sorry, before we start, Miss Ventura, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen in 10C-105? Yes, that's the opposite side of the hallway at the Intercontinental. Okay, Miss Gavin, can we play to 30 seconds, please? And was Sean visible in that clip? Yes. Where was he? He was dragging me around the corner. Miss Gavin, if you can take that down and pull up 10C-103 again, please. And where we are at 56 seconds. Ms. Ventura, taking it back to your testimony about staying on the ground. Were there occasions when you tried to fight back when Sean hit you? No. Ms. Gavin, can we please play from 143 to 146? Okay, sorry. Just one moment. I gave you the wrong timestamp. Can you play from 56 seconds to 132? Starting from where you're at the corner, pausing you there. Ms. Ventura, what are you doing in the corner? I picked up the hotel phone that was on that floor. Okay, and where is Sean? He's standing facing me. And what does he have in his hands? My purse and my overnight bag. Okay, if we could take Miss Gavin, if we can take that down, pull up 10C-104. If you can play from 140 to 150. Which direction is Sean walking? He's walking back towards the room where we were staying in. What does he have in his hands? All of my bags. And if you can play to 208, which direction is Sean walking? Back towards the elevator bank. And where are you at this point? I think I'm off. I don't know. I'm off camera, or I'm either on the phone, or I don't know. So I went down the other hallway as well. Are you still in the elevator bank? I think I'm still in the elevator bank. I'm probably about to get on the phone. What does Sean have in his hands? I don't see anything in his hands. Your bags are no longer in his hands. Is that right? No, it looks like he dropped them off. Your Honor, it's 5 o'clock. Are you at a good stopping place? I'm at a good stopping place. All right. Thank you, members of the jury. I'll give you the same instructions that I gave you yesterday. Do not talk to each other about the case. Do not look up anything about this case. One just specific point about that: if you have notifications on any of your devices, please turn those off, especially if they are from any news organization of any kind. I think they should have been sequestered. I'm sorry. Do not talk to anybody about the case, and no one here should be talking to any of the jurors directly or indirectly. With that, have a great evening. We'll see you here tomorrow morning at 9:15. All rise. The court. Please be seated. Ms. Ventura, we'll see you here tomorrow at 9:30. The witness says thank you. Does Ms. Ventura have any escort or anyone we need to coordinate with? Yes, Your Honor. I believe the agents are going to coordinate escorting her out of the building. All right. Ms. Johnson, what are we looking at for tomorrow? Your Honor, I expect that we'll finish direct tomorrow. I'm hesitant to give you an exact time. I probably need at least half the day. Half the day, at least. Anything further from the government right now? Nothing right now, although I know the parties intend to submit some letters later this evening. Yes, Your Honor. We wanted to flag for Your Honor. We do plan to put in a letter on the sealed exhibits, the videos. We're planning to put that in. Can you hear me? I can hear you. We're planning to put that in tonight. Also, we've been doing research on the issue Ms. Shapiro raised about witness contact with counts. We found some law and we found some examples of judges in this district denying those kinds of applications from the defense. So we're planning to put in a letter on that for Your Honor as well. Okay, if you're going to submit letters on this, is there an objection to the proposal made by the news organizations that 3 pool reporters have access to the terms? Yes, Your Honor. I've been in touch with with Jane's counsel, who strongly objects and wants to be heard on this and wants to put in a letter. And I believe victim one's counsel also objects. The core of the objection is that this was blackmail material that was used to victimize these women, used to convince them to do more or coerce them to do more of these acts, and showing them to anyone more than absolutely necessary would feed into that victimization, would re-victimize them, and would unnecessarily humiliate them. We have now heard vivid testimony about how humiliating one victim found all of these incidents to be, and in our view and in victims' counsel view, it is absolutely unnecessary and unwarranted to show them to anyone outside of the jury and the parties. And I know that I'll take a look at these exhibits. I know they will be identified for the court, but in general, I understand there are images, and then separately there are videos. The videos pertain to whom? To Ms. Ventura and to Jane. They are only of those 2 victims. They are depictions of actual encounters, the ones that are being discussed in this case. Exactly, Your Honor. The images are screenshots of those same videos. And the reason there are screenshots is our plan was to avoid unduly humiliating these women in public, to have them identify themselves and the paid workers in screenshots, and then minimize the amount that we play while they are on the stand, and instead play whatever excerpts we think the jury needs to see when the victims are not themselves on the stand. I take it that the argument on narrow tailoring is exactly what the parties are doing, because the testimony will be heard in open court, and the only thing not being shown in open court will be the images and videos themselves. Those materials from the party's position, or at least the government's position, constitutes the re-victimization of these individuals. And so whether it stems from the Crime Victims' Rights Act or form basic notions of avoiding that kind of trauma to alleged victims at this point, those are compelling interests that would override any interest in getting access to these materials. So if we even spotting the news organizations that there is a compelling interest on the side of the public having access to trial materials, those are overridden by the interest in these victims. I'm not seeing, since I've had a chance to look through all the cases, I'm not seeing any case that would suggest in any way, shape, or form that images or videos of these types of acts that are alleged to be sexual abuse would be required to be shown in open court when they pose the obvious risk of re-victimization of the people who are providing this testimony, especially when the individuals are subjecting themselves to testimony about the incidents in open court, and the public will have access to that. Precisely, Your Honor, and we are not collectively aware of any case. We collectively have extensive experience trying cases that involve sexual abuse of adults and minors. We are not aware of a single case in which a video of alleged sexual abuse has been shown outside of the jury and the parties. The news organization cites Brown versus Maxwell, but that case is different. That involved a situation where the entire summary judgment record was sealed, and the Court of Appeals determined that the district court had erred by not doing a document by document review of what needed to be sealed, so the Court of Appeals did it. However, there is a footnote opinion that says that material was redacted, especially when it related to intimate encounters that the parties expected to remain confidential, and that would seem to apply, among other reasons, to the materials that we're talking about here. That's exactly it, Your Honor. I'm actually familiar with the materials from Brown versus Maxwell because many of them were subject of the criminal case against Maxwell. And my understanding is not a single nude image was released in that. And the process that followed, I believe, hold on, y'all. I'm just going to finish reading this as an avatar, and I'll fix that. And the process that followed, I believe Judge Prescott conducted after the circuit reversed Judge Sweet's universal sealing of the summary judgment record. Not a single image of nudity was released for very good reason. So I don't think there is any basis in the case law whatsoever for the showing of any nude images, particularly of alleged abuse, to anyone outside of the jury and the parties. All right, so to complete the record, you're going to put in the letters that you indicated, and also please identify those exhibits so I can review them. Yes, Your Honor, consistent with the rules here, I'm provisionally denying the application raised by the news organizations and including suggestion that 3 pool reporters be allowed to view and report on the video exhibits. But obviously, if something comes in overnight, I'll take a look at it. If it changes anything, I'll let everybody know. Ms. Comey, thank you, Your Honor. The court was that the only issues the parties expected letters to come in? We also plan to put in a letter, I think I mentioned on the defense's application, that witnesses not be permitted to communicate with their counsel while on cross-examination. Thank you. We plan to put in a letter on that issue. Very good. Just looking ahead, Ms. Estevallo, I take it that given what Ms. Johnson has said, your cross-examination will go into Thursday. Is that basically right? Easily? Yes. All right. So Ms. Comey or Ms. Johnson, who is your next witness after Ms. Ventura? We're still trying to figure that out, Your Honor. We have assured defense counsel. We will inform them of that tonight. And part of that is we want to look at the calendar about who would be available to be in New York if we need to put witnesses on Friday. Okay, anything from the defense, Your Honor? Just with regard to the letter Ms. Comey mentioned about the witness communications with her attorney on cross, or other witnesses' communications with their attorneys on cross. It would be, we would like to respond to that letter. And I realize that cross is going to start tomorrow. So we would appreciate if the court would set a very tight deadline so we have time to respond in writing before the court rules on that. I think that was directed at you, Ms. Comey. I'll take as much time as Ms. Shapiro is willing to give me. We can meet and confer. It's 5:00 right now. You say you've identified some cases. We have, Your Honor. I would like to put that in a format legible and coherent, though. 8:00? All right, Your Honor. Thank you. 8 p.m., Ms. Shapiro, respond. If it comes in the morning, I'll read it before we convene. We'll do this as quickly as possible. Let's plan to be here at 9 a.m. Anything else from the defense? No, Judge. All right, we are adjourned. See everyone at 9 a.m. And the court is adjourned. And so I did say we're going to read through. They're still on direct for Cassie. So let me bring that over and bring that up. And while I'm doing that, if you're here, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. It's a free way, or the dislike button. It is a free way to support the show. If there is a link over on X, formerly known as Twitter, if you can just click that the link and please come over to YouTube and just like the video, hit the subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate that. Twitter to watch the video. So thank you so much. While I get to, we're starting day 3 because Cassie is still on direct, and based on that we'll go how this goes. We may start cross-examination as well. We have been here a minute. Hold on 1 second. Let me see here. I have to just make sure I am putting the right day. All right. Yeah. Hold on, y'all. This is all right. So yeah, this is the right. All right. So we're going to get into day 3. Yes. All right. Okay, so they are resuming trial without the jury present. Another second here. All right, so we're on day 3. We're on day 3. So let's get started. If you're just coming in, please just hit the like button. Doesn't tell me you like the video. As I stated over on X, please hit the link and hit the like the like button on the video here on YouTube, and subscribe while you're here. Thank you so much. So the trial is resumed. The jury is not present. The court, are we ready to proceed? Please be seated. What's going on with my light? Hold on, y'all. My light is not. Oops. Hold on a minute, y'all, because my light is not lighting. Hold on a sec. Hold on a minute. My daggone light done just. What are you doing? Nice. There we go. It must have moved itself. It's in the wrong mode, y'all. All right. All right, I'm back, y'all. Thank you so much for being patient. Oh, that's too. Ooh. I think we got it. I think right there is good. All right, so we're here. Jury here. Next day. Let's go. Are we ready to proceed? Please be seated. First matter is that we have a note from a juror about his scheduling accommodation on Friday, June 20th, which won't be an issue. I'll enter this as Court Exhibit 2. The parties can review the letter and they can advise the court if there are any issues based on that. Second question, do we need to wait for Ms. Johnson? No, Your Honor. I have their authorization to go ahead without Ms. Smizer and Ms. Johnson. In terms of the Rule 615 issue raised yesterday, is that going to be an issue for this morning's proceeding, or have the parties discussed what to do? Meaning with respect to consulting counsel. The court, no, the 615 issue is concerning Ms. Ventura's husband. Is concerning Miss Ventura's husband. That may be an issue this morning, but the parties are aware of the agreement to have him removed from the courtroom before a particular subject matter comes up, and we'll be sure to pause at that point and make sure that he is removed from the courtroom. Thank you. Ciao. Now, the defense know that they ain't calling him as no witness. I can't see them calling him as no daggone witness. I don't know. It's just me, but I don't see them calling him as a witness because they really just wanted to try this to kick him out before this whole thing. But no, ma'am. That's her support Yeah. So anywho, third issue, did we get the privacy screens installed? Your Honor, I can take that. Yes, with the thanks to the courthouse tech staff, my understanding is that the privacy screens are currently affixed to the relevant juror screens. Good, thank you. On the consultation with counsel issue, the defense in their late breaking letter, I think that's the last one in the chain, indicates that they have no objection to communications about a witness's help or correspondence concerning trial logistics. I take it, Ms. Shapiro, that would also include no objection to questions about potential liability arising from any testimony as well, right? Meaning that if a witness were concerned about the implications of their testimony, not the substance, but the implication of their testimony, that is also something they can consult with the lawyers about. Yeah, Ali, it is. So I guess the defense knows when they're going to ask them about the issue. I know that the issue stems from something that happened in 2018. Allegedly, Diddy raped Cassie in 2018, and they want to try to impeach her. So they want him out of the courtroom so that they could possibly call him as a witness. They don't know whether they're going to call him or not. And that's why he's not on their witness list, because it's going to be based on her testimony about that incident. Child, they doing a lot, and they're just getting started. They are doing a lot. So for instance, if something came up and the witness wanted to consult with the attorney about whether they should assert the fifth or something like that, something along those lines, there is other versions of that. I think we're okay with that, Your Honor. So the sole instruction would be communications concerning the substance of the testimony. And now you would say that substance would include things like the substance of any testimony about, for instance, Ms. Ventura's civil lawsuit. Correct, Your Honor. Giving those narrow contours, Ms. Comey, and the cases cited in defense's letter, is there an issue here? I think that Ms. Shapiro is saying is they have no issue with emotional support. They have no issue with inquiries concerning any kind of liability. They have no issue with inquiries concerning witness help or any of those trial logistical issues. Given that, it would seem that the defense's submission is well taken. Understanding there is no dispute, there is a matter of discretion. Your Honor, I think there would still be an issue, at least with respect to consulting, allowing witnesses to consult with their attorneys about matters of potential privilege. I think this may be the main issue of dispute, is that I think that witnesses are likely to be asked about topics that touch upon areas of past representation by attorneys in connection with civil matters. And I think that victim counsel and witness counsel are rightly concerned about being able to confer with their clients about any assertion of privilege. I will also note that before agreeing to that kind of compromise, counsel for Jane, counsel for Mia, and counsel for Ms. Ventura are in the courtroom, have noted they joined the government's letter and have asked to be heard by Your Honor before Your Honor makes a decision on this point. Well, let's turn back, Ms. Shapiro. I take it the government is saying if the witness wants to consult with their attorney about the assertion of privilege, that also is something that you have no issue with. Again, we're talking about the substance of testimony. If you're talking to a witness about what happened, what they did, historical events, you just don't want that to be the subject of discussion. Tell me what I'm supposed to say about this. Is it okay that I said that? Should I change my testimony? Things of that nature that we typically see in any kind of civil or criminal trial. But if the witness wants to consult with their attorney about whether to assert a privilege or whether or not they are permitted to talk on a certain subject, that is something that it was seen within bounds for a witness to discuss. And if an issue comes up, then we would address it here in court. Again, the thing you're primarily concerned about is just the substance of testimony. Yes, Your Honor, but can you pull that mic a little closer? I'm sorry. I think it kind of depends on the way it comes up, because first of all, we're obviously not intending to elicit any privileged communications. And as typical, we will make sure that questions are framed in a way that avoids that. If an issue comes up, presumably, at least in my experience, what will happen is the government will object if there is a problem, and then the court can police it. And if necessary at that point, then the witness wants to talk to their lawyer, then that's fine. But I'm a little concerned with the idea that during the break, there just could be generalized discussions about those kinds of issues, because necessarily it's hard to see how that will be divorced from the substance of the testimony. If it's just during a break, a general conversation about the testimony and what might come up. If that occurs during the cross, it's another thing if for some reason, again, we don't anticipate doing this. We will try to avoid eliciting any response that will call for privileged communications. Then obviously we wouldn't object if something came up during the testimony and there needed to be a break for us to consult with the counsel. Is the government consulting with counsel for any of these witnesses as where this issue is coming up? Meaning, is the government back there when we have a break having any discussions with these individuals, lawyers, or no? You're not having those kinds of discussions? Because what Ms. Shapiro is, I think, concerned with, and what comes up sometimes, is there are no discussions between one side's lawyer and an actual witness, but there may be discussions between the attorneys and the witness's attorney. Then the witness's attorney speaks then with the witness, and there is a concern that through that daisy chain, you would have some impact on the witness's testimony. They probably can't talk about settlement information. With these two, I'm not. So they put 3 names up there, and I want to say, I think that was Captain. I think they asked her. I keep saying Captain. Y'all know it's not Captain. It's Chow. For always would I think of it her in a minute, but anyway, her. Chow. They did ask her. Because I don't think she testified as a victim. She just testified as a Fed's witness. So it was either her testify or be a co-conspirator. I want to say Captain Clark. That's not the right name. Anywho, that would never. I have no reason to believe that would ever happen here, but that I think is part of the concern that's being articulated by the defense. If what Your Honor is asking is whether the government attorneys would be trying to influence a witness's testimony, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm just asking you whether when I go back there, yes, and you all go into the hallway, are there discussions happening between the government and the witnesses, attorneys, during testimony? I'm trying to understand, Your Honor. I'm not saying during direct testimony. Yes, I'm sure that is happening during direct testimony. But during cross-examination, it certainly has not happened. Other than Mr. Phillips' cross-examination, when in the courtroom, I went to go talk to his attorney with the permission of Your Honor. And I think that we would be in touch with victim counsel to discuss security and logistics and those types of Capricorn clock. You got it. Those types of matters. I think they asked about her settlement. The settlement that she was asking for. And I heard that she got chopped and screwed with no grace. Child. The money that she got was money that was owed to her for the work that she did. Diddy settled. It went from $10 million. She only received $400K. And then after taxes, she only received $200K. And that was for money he owed her for working And then also, I think she sued him for I forgot what it's called. They do have a legal term for it, but he had told her she'd never work in this industry again, and she was supposedly having a hard time getting work. But if you go look at the interview that one of his head designers did recently, I thought this was the wrong time to drop it. He was going in on Capricorn Clark. He was going, well, I don't know why I keep calling her Capitan. He was going in on her. But anyway, during cross the end. All right. So, but in terms of discussing the substance of testimony, no. I mean, we would not do that. All right, understood. I was asking a more general question, just were you having any discussions? The answer is yes. We would need to speak with these witnesses' attorneys. During cross, we think these witnesses will be on the stand during multiple days during cross, and we are arranging for their transportation, for their security, and for those reasons, we do need to speak with them and their attorneys. But we only talk about security and logistics. Understood. That I think falls outside of what Ms. Shapiro is concerned about. So, Ms. Shapiro, this is only going to come up, Ms. Comey, after the lunch break. Is that right? That's right, Your Honor. I will note again that counsel for 3 of the victims are here. And as we noted in our letter, we do think victims are differently situated than other witnesses. And in the exercise of Your Honor's discretion, we do think that it would make sense to draw a line between non-victim witnesses and victim witnesses, given the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Yep. Yeah. It was really, really, it's something. So I will hear them. However, this is coming up at the very last minute. And so let's see if we can. No, I'm not saying it's anyone's fault. You all have tons of stuff to do. It's absolutely understandable this is coming up this way. Rather than talking about this in the abstract, Ms. Shapiro, can you do it on a piece of paper, the instruction you would propose? Given what we've discussed here and the clarifications that we made, and give that, if you can, to Ms. Comey so that she can take a look at it. Maybe you think there are modifications that you can make that would narrow it enough so that it would accommodate your concerns and the concerns of any witnesses or victims, so that we can see if everyone can have their interest reflected in the instruction I would give. I think everyone's on the same page. No one wants someone being told about or having discussions about the substance of their testimony. It seems like everyone should be on the same page. Rather than making this a big issue that is going to gobble up trial time, let's see if we can figure this out. And if we can't figure it out, then we'll have the lunch break to discuss it. Oh, he said, y'all either figure it out or y'all don't eat. Y'all work through lunch and figure it out. All right. And I'm happy, and I will hear from anyone who wants to be heard on this issue. Thank you, Your Honor. Then I think the next issues are the rule of completeness objections. Your Honor, defense counsel sent a zip file containing proposed government exhibits and then the proposed defense exhibits that include additional text messages. Let me just flag for Your Honor, the government is currently reviewing side by side those exhibits, and I think we may be able to reach agreement on several of those. So maybe we can take this up at the lunch break if that is acceptable to Your Honor. That is absolutely, that is appreciated and acceptable. The only reason I was going to jump into this now, I thought it might come up in the morning. With respect to these particular messages, I don't believe they will come up before the lunch break. Perfect. Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Comey? Yes, Your Honor. We were discussing with defense counsel last night and unable to reach agreement on a matter that I think we need to raise before Your Honor. It relates to marked exhibits from the defense. As of today's date, we have received only 4 total marked exhibits from the defense. They produced those to us on April 27th. Their deadline for producing exhibits. We understand from conferring with them that they have continued to mark new exhibits and they have not produced them to us, and they intend to possibly offer some of them during cross-examination of witnesses, including Ms. Ventura. We have made clear to the defense that we have no need to and no right to see anything that they plan to show, just a witness for a refreshing recollection or impeachment. We understand that. But to the extent the defense intends to offer any marked exhibits for the jury to see, we believe that the court contemplated those marked exhibits would be shared with the government back in April. We understand that trial happens, especially for the defense. They may need time to mark exhibits. We're willing to negotiate that in good faith, but we are worried that this is going to keep coming up throughout the trial. And if the defense is of the view that they do not have to give us marked exhibits that they plan to seek to offer for the jury to see during a cross-examination. So we wanted to raise this because we are worried that if we are just handed exhibits that are going to go to the jury in the middle of or right before cross-examination, we will not have time and will need to take a break to check the authenticity and admissibility of those documents. I understand that some of those documents may come from the government's discovery productions. Your Honor knows those productions were terabytes of data, and we need to check and make sure we actually know the provenance of these exhibits. Woo! That's a mouthful. Hold on. Give me 2 minutes. Ow. We're asleep when you need it. Oh, let me just make sure. That I don't have anything. Hold on a minute. Let me check. So I'm checking something for. I didn't see that till just now, Allie. Oh yeah, I don't think I see. Yeah, I don't see anything, so I don't know. It could just be me. Oh yeah, I do see it, Allie. I'm sorry. So yeah, I do. I see it. Yeah, they really do earn their money. So let's go back into this. And you know what? I think that Brian still got around this. And I think it went over the judge's head. That it comes a little later. But it's not with Cassie. Yeah, Brian came up with this brilliant idea yesterday. And it's like, this is something that you already discussed. And I think it went over the judge's head. But anyway. So, I understand that some of those documents may come from the government. So, Your Honor, those productions were terrible. Okay. So, we also might have objections under 401, 403, hearsay, rule of completeness. And we just shouldn't be in a position to assess all of that while a witness is being cross-examined. So, we would ask that the defense be directed to provide us with marked exhibits on a rolling basis as they mark them no later than the morning that they plan to offer them. We think that is entirely reasonable, and it's more than consistent with what the government has done. We produce hundreds of marked exhibits on our exhibit deadline, and as we have marked additional exhibits, we have in real time been producing them to the defense throughout the trial. Our goal is not to have this be trial by ambush, and our goal is not to waste the jury's time in the middle of a witness's cross-examination. Response. Yes, Your Honor. I think both Mr. Agnifilo and I will handle this. First, we have been conferring with the government on this point. With respect to any, I just want to break it up and give you the background. With respect to any Rule 16, we have that the government did not have in their possession. We turned it over at our exhibit deadline. They have all of that Rule 16. They had it on whatever Sunday that was. I think it was the 27th. Anything that we may offer, this is the four exhibits. The four exhibits, exactly. Anything that we may offer, and I want to be very clear on this point, we don't know what that is. And so, yes, we are marking a tremendous amount because we don't know. It doesn't even seem that half of her direct is done. So we give me the categories of what you might put in, not the substance. I'm saying in the categories, because Ms. Comey is saying that to the extent that you are using any marked exhibit for purposes of refreshing the witness's recollection for impeachment, then they don't need to see that in advance. However, if you're trying to put something in front of the jury, then there are a host of issues that it would be unfair for them to have to deal with as they are brought up in court. Well, are there I will start. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Put a little pimping in it. We got to start when somebody supports the show for always. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for the $9.99 super stickers. She said, I appreciate your soul. And I appreciate you being here all the time and just supporting with your presence, hitting that like button. And I definitely thank you for the $9.99. Didn't have to do it, but you did. And do know it goes right back into the show. This is going to help us with the transcripts for day 4 and 5. So I already have 3, but this will definitely be a big help for 4 and 5. And if you are over here and you are a member, please drop some Survivor bucks in the chat for always. What am I sitting on? What is that? Why is it just... yeah, y'all can't even see that. My thing was just going. I had something on the cursor. Make sure you drop some Survivor bucks in the chat for always, please. And we're just going to play a quick screen for always. I appreciate you, and I'll make sure I get your name in the banner for the sponsor of today's show. Please hold on.
Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the donation check or membership. I love you all.
All right, and we are back. If I can see, we are not back. I am. Wait a minute. Where did it go? Where did my screen? Oh, there it is. Here I go. Just crazy. Thank you for your support for always. Appreciate you so much. So yeah, where is my... I know I didn't X out of it because it's there. It's somewhere down there, y'all. I'm like, where is it? I can't see it. All right, here we are. So this is too much because I just want y'all to know, and I want y'all to pay attention that when they give them they say they only have 4 exhibits. The 4 exhibits turn out to be like 400 pages each, some astronomical number. The defense is definitely playing a nasty game here, and it is just not a good thing to do, but they did it. And the judge he seems to be leaning more towards like the defense, and I think they're starting to see that more and more, according to what they're saying, for the people that are at the courthouse. Of course, I want to dig into the court docs myself, to actually see what I've been hearing. It's I think Brian Steele is a great attorney. He is. Thank you so much, and I love that you are here for always. Thank you so much. So I think Brian Steele is great at what he does, and we love Brian Steele over here. Survivor Nation loves Brian Steele, but I could not believe it. I was kind of disappointed in the response that the judge allegedly gave. So like I said, we have heard some things, and then now we read the transcript and the things happen to be different, right? So that's why we're reading them. And I, kind of like point them out, because we have to get our own interpretation, because we're not in the court. And then we're given like bits and pieces of it. So that's what, my goal is. I want to read everything. I want to get into it all and see it. And so we can see, for ourselves, y'all can have a discussion down in the chat. But yeah, when we get to that, we'll see. I was just like, no, don't say that. No, go there. They didn't even, they saw a witness that was vulnerable and open for open season. Did I put a dollar sign in your name? I sure did. That means $1 for life. Did I put $1 in your name where it ain't supposed to be? I sure did. I don't know why I hit the I hit the button instead of the shift. There we go. I fixed it. So yeah, I just was a little disappointed in that, and then I just can't wait to get into that point. So like I said, we can read it for ourselves and then move on, because yeah, when we get to it, we'll get to it. But up until now, I still like this judge. I think he's being very fair, but so many different things. I couldn't even believe. Yeah. So let's start. So Ms. Guerra goes, she said, I will start with categories. Categories broadly are more text messages between Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura. So in an abundance of caution, we do not know what we will offer. We are marking several chains of text messages. Do we think that even when we are in the process of marking, I should say we're not complete, that full chains would come in? No, we don't. I think we're trying to mark things in an abundance of caution. And maybe a couple text messages will come in here and there. But in terms of fairness, Your Honor, if I could just talk about that point. This is cross-examination. And as we've been discussing during direct examination, the government has an absolute right to continue preparing their witness. And so to give over everything that we have marked or things that we think could be important things, it's kind of hard at this stage. To determine what would be a cross-examination exhibit. What would be something that we would try to put in? So to give that all over while she's on direct examination, so that the government can then prepare her on potential exhibits, that is unfair for the defendant. It's not trial by ambush. These are all documents they've seen. They have them in their possession for 8 months before we got them. So in terms of a fairness argument, it's a fairness for the defendant. In terms of the government, we gave them anything that they didn't have by our deadline. So, well, we are here and there are exhibits that you may have marked, and you're saying that we may use some of them, we may not. At a certain point, we were told yesterday maybe half a day remaining on directs. So let's assume for the moment that we ended the direct around the lunch hour. Would you be in a position, once cross-examination has commenced, at least for this witness, and we can figure out what to do moving forward, to furnish to the government any exhibits that you have marked that you may use given at that point? You'll be in cross-examination. The government wouldn't have an ability to even speak to the witness. And so if you're just giving them at least a set of things that you might use that don't fall into the categories that Ms. Comey identified, then at least they can start looking at those. And we can try to eliminate some of the potential evidentiary issues. The government can ask you any questions it wants. You can, if you don't answer, then we'll bring it up to the court. But at least we're getting a little bit ahead of it while meeting the concern that you raised about direct examination. Yes, I have spoken to my paralegal. We are doing everything we can. She is printing everything we marked last night. So we'll bring it over and it will be here in the government's hands at that point. Your Honor, may I be heard on the impeachment issue? Yes. So that is Ms. Garrigo's concern, is precisely why we acknowledge we are not entitled to documents used to impeach the witness and will be shown to the witness to refresh her recollection. We should not see those because we should not be able to prepare. It's fair for the defense not to want us to prepare the witness for how she might be impeached or what documents she might be shown to challenge her credibility. What we are talking about is documents they might want to admit as affirmative defense evidence to the jury. That is distinct, right? We are talking about prior inconsistent statements. Exactly, Your Honor. These are substantive exhibits that should have been turned over on April 27th. That is what should have been. That is what the court's order contemplated, was not that the government has to show what exhibits we're going to show to the jury this April, but the defense doesn't have it until cross-examination starts. We're not talking about impeachment or cross-examination. We're talking about affirmative evidence that the defense wants to use in front of the jury as part of its defense case. So Ms. Comey is saying that to the extent that you have documents, the purpose of which is to impeach the witness or even in the form of prior inconsistent statements, that you're going to first have to do the inquiry and try to get into evidence. That's not what she's talking about. If there is other stuff, then the concerns you raised would not seem to be at the forefront. And we did have a schedule where you were supposed to turn over documents, understanding that you're marking exhibits in real time. As you mark those exhibits, if there are any, why shouldn't you be required to turn those over, given the carve-outs Ms. Comey has identified? Listen, that is all that they are saying. Like, listen, we're not talking about anything you're going to try to impeach her with. That's not what we're asking. We're asking about what you're going to be using as evidence during your cross. Not something that you're like, yeah, I don't listen, child. This is a mess. They have been playing dirty over there next door. This is terrible. Love Brian Steele and Miss Westmoreland. I just wish they were not on this team. I think the sentiment is the same everywhere. I don't think that this getting on this case would help them either way. But what I will tell you is, I don't think so. But I'm gonna just feel so awkward when I get to, God dang one, I gotta go back up here to love always. I'm telling you, sometimes having chemo brain is tricky. I cannot remember this lady's name to save my life. Thank goodness for always. Oh my God, Capricorn. And yeah, that's her name. Capricorn Clark. Yeah, Capricorn Clark. For her, when I get to her testimony, I'm gonna be a little like, I'm telling y'all, because that interview, the guy put her out. When I tell y'all she put her out there, if this didn't finish her career, once they see the interview that was put out there, mainly about her and the things that she said that was told to her, and I guess in private, I don't know if they're alleged or she was just gossiping. Child, Capricorn, you may have to blame some of this on yourself. It don't even have nothing to do with Diddy. Yeah, Capricorn Clark. Yeah, it don't even have nothing to do with Diddy. That's a little much. That's messy. Talking about people's kids, that's a no-no. That is a no. So, Capricorn Clark, you might want to see if somebody's hiring outside of the music industry, because I think child, that is messy. Riri and ASAP Rocky don't bother nobody. If it's true, what's alleged, girl, now you're finished, because that's off limits. That is off limits. She went there. I could not believe that. And I'm hoping that that's not true, what she said. But if there's any truth to it, and somebody sends that over to Riri's staff, the things that you have said about them, she will know whether or not it's true or not. And I could say, if what you said is true, I don't think I've never heard anybody say either of the nasty things that you said about them, because they both were equally nasty. So I just want to put that out there, because when we get to Miss Captain Clark's testimony, I'm going to be feeling the waves. Child, we will probably never know if what she said was true is true. Because, Riri don't be coming out here addressing Nathan. She don't. She's just a successful businesswoman, mother. And Capricorn Clark, you may have to go. You may have just messed your whole being messy. Sometimes you can't save people from themselves. I'm hoping that this guy was just lying on you. I don't know but Riri and them will be able to tell when you lie. Now, I'm sure some of the people in Riri Nation have already gotten to them fans, them Riri fans. I'm sure they done reached out to Rihanna already and told her what you said, girl. And is there any truth to that? Child, no, those are ASAP Rocky kids. That's not what she said. She's trying to say that something is wrong with their second child. Yeah, it's pretty disturbing. It's pretty disturbing. And she's with child, to hear, I've never heard anybody say anything was wrong with any of her children. It's really, I don't like when people talk about people's children. People's children have nothing, they don't have anything to do with anything. Now, Diddy's boys, I don't know about that. They still trying, they out here, doing whatever they doing behind the scenes and stuff like that. Child, they get what they give. They get what they give. And all I got to say about Quincy is call your daddy. Go where your daddy at. Because he said he'll take all the kids in. All of them. I don't think that he's testifying in this case like they said. But, he said his door is open to all Kim's kids. So, I'm sure that, Diddy's ego would be bruised. But listen, if you happen to lose this case and they happen to seize all of your properties, that might be a good look for them. I don't know. Exactly. Oh yeah, he definitely. You know what? People can feel how they want to be feel. People can feel how they want to feel. This man needs to be canceled immediately. What he said about Beyonce and Jay-Z's kids is horrible. And you don't get a pass for that because you have children. I'm sorry. You don't mess with the kids. Don't talk about the kids. Nobody don't care what you say about their mother. It's bad enough. Blue Hat is so bad. So bad as a child. Just so bad. And so now Rumi and Sir are getting the same treatment. And so they're going to make it bad for other content creators because there's a lot of these, things that people actually, it's AI, but people have to type that narrative in order to make the AI video. The people don't listen. You got to type a narrative in there for AI to make those videos. Some AI programs will not generate that type of stuff. They will not. They give you a hard stop. They're not going to generate it. So they be doing too much. And then what Captain Clark allegedly said about A$AP Rocky. Y'all know Riri don't play about her man either. But I digress. He raised Quincy so he can return the favor because the kids have nothing to do with nothing. Listen. Let me tell you something. When I was growing up back in the day, I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. So, unfortunately, I grew up in a rough area, and they were crossed. There was this guy that lived, in an area where I lived. It looked just like Albie Shore. Do you know how long ago Diddy kind of snaked Albie Shore and took Kim away? Nobody finds it odd that Diddy likes to have relationships with all of the people that he works with their girlfriends? It's like a game to him. Let me see if I can take them away from them. Like 50 Cent's baby mother, his child's mother. I hate the baby mother thing. I can't believe his child's mother. Like she may be implicated in these cases. Like, what are you getting now? You are forever a clown to one of the biggest trolls with money ever. And guess what? It probably hurt 50 Cent. But 50 Cent had them went down there and filed for full custody of his son because his mother is a prostitute. Y'all know he petty. He's petty. People can say what they want to say about 50 Cent, about him and his first child, but listen, he did a video, and you know what? I said, you know what? I see the bitterness on the baby mother. You have women out there that will keep their children away from the other parent, or you have men, it goes both ways, that will keep their children from the mother for less. You're not worried about your child's mental state, right? All it is I'm mad because all I do is I see him elevating. Okay, all right, we get that. If he was being an a-hole, great. But now that this child is older, 50 Cent said, listen, this is how I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna give you your own business, and then you will have to work I'm not going to leave you when I'm going to give you to fund the whole business, all that. But you got to put the work, you got to do the work. He said his son never just like, no. So he said, you just want me to keep giving you my money because I'm 50 Cent. But you don't want to, I'm going to give you the game. Set you up in $1 million business. But you got to do it. You got to do the work. His son is like, no. Listen here, little 50. There comes a time when you got to get out there and work yourself. It builds character. And if you got a child, 50 Cent holler at me. I will take your son's portion and do. You just show me the blueprint, what I need to do, and send the money over to. I will get no sleep. So at this point, everybody is mad at 50 Cent, and 50 Cent said, "Yeah, I had to work hard to get where I am. I just wanted to instill that in him." Because the first years of his life, he only had his mother's influence. I'm a whole different thinker than, I don't jump on women bandwagons. I don't jump behind men because I'm a free thinker. I think for myself. So he had his mother's influence all this time telling him, oh, you entitled, thinking that you should have more than what you're getting for child support because he's 50 Cent. If he wasn't 50 Cent, and he was 5 pennies with none of the stuff that he got now, and he was just some ordinary Joe Blow, and he called himself 5 pennies. Will you be doing the same thing? No. Stop. They kill me. I'm not into that. Oh, it takes $20,000 a month to raise a child. It takes a lot of money to raise a child. Don't take all that. Stop. Go get a job. The money is supposed to be for the child. Can you pay your light bill? Yes. To keep the lights on? Yes. Can you put some toward the rent? Yes. But it's ultimately like to take care of the child too. If you can buy yourself Christian Louboutins and their Louboutins, and you can't buy your own Louis Vuitton bag, your own MCM bag, whatever, this is just the way survival speaks things, then you shouldn't expect a man to buy you that stuff either. Where the hell you going? Listen, I got MCM, I got Christian Louboutin, I wore them goddamn on. You can't really wear them shoes. These stars gotta be getting something done to their feet. I wore them things for all of 5 minutes. Paid all that money for that pocketbook and all. But what I can't afford, and I ain't lying about it, I can't afford nobody's Birkin. So all these women that's walking around here with these $30,000, $45,000 pocketbooks, can you buy this for yourself? I'll wait. They kill me. Oh, because I'm an influencer and I'm cute. I want to get with you, who's a rapper, a Z-list rapper, and you need to buy me a Birkin. Can you buy the Birkin for yourself? That's the question. See, that Survivor Speaks is something different. Let me get back into here because let me get off my soapbox. Let me get off. I'm just keeping it 100% real. This is why a lot of relationships fail. Because you get with somebody and you over here looking at Beyonce and Jay-Z. When you can't even smell their tax bracket. I stays in my tax bracket lane. That's what it is. And then half the material stuff that you Googling and Gaga and putting all these demands on these men about, they're getting it for free. They are walking billboards. Start having 1 million plus followers and all that, and see how the brands react to your channels and stuff like that. They will start sending you stuff too. I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it real. My thing, I want a bag that I don't have the price of the bag to put in the bag. You better say that again for always. Listen. Listen. When I tell you I wore those Christian Louboutins all of 5 minutes, I said he has to hate women. How in the heck are they wearing these shoes all day? They said the shoes are not made for walking. Okay. They was cute. I was buying myself a nice gift. Celebrating, another thing I checked off the bucket list at the time. God, let's 5 minutes if that. Told my daughter, take a picture. Yeah. Like, come on now. That's just my thing. It's a lot of demands, some of these women put on these men, that stuff they can't do for themselves, they can't buy for themselves, stuff like that. Come on, can we get together and buy a home? That's what you should be working on as a regular person. When we get together and buy a home, so we in the gym, we got something to pull some equity out of, something like that. That's what you should be working on regular salaries, save up some, try and buy a home. Stuff like that. Reliable transportation. You shouldn't be out here trying to buy no Tesla and no all that type of nonsense, paying this man all this money. I heard somebody say something about Kia the other day. Kia has stepped their game up. They got some cars that's priced way out there too. I mean, their trucks are, it's a nice truck. But yeah, it's just like the people just, are crazy, just say anything. And I'm just like, yeah, well, why would you huh? What? Like, what are we talking about? Child, listen. Ain't no way in the world I'm spending that much money on no car and don't have no driveway to park it in. But you can't tell these young fools out here nothing, because they don't believe you. Anyway, let's get back into this. I'm sorry, y'all. It just took me here a minute and I done went somewhere else. Let's get back to these. Yeah. Your Honor, Miss Agnafilo would like to take it. Shouldn't yeah, okay. So this is all under the rubric of Rule 16. This is all matters of Rule 16, and Rule 16 doesn't recognize these carve-outs. Rule 16 talks about exhibits that are going to be used as part of the defense case in chief. The defense case in chief is when we call witnesses. Why is she explaining to the judge about what all this? I think he knows. That is a defense case in chief. They said Mr. Agnafilo is a mess. The defense case in chief is not the cross-examination of a government witness. Also, he's saying that they should only have to give over the documents for their case in chief. Exactly, for always. Yes. Generational wealth. That's it too. That's another thing needs to be preached. So that being said, there are sound practical reasons for doing exactly what Your Honor is suggesting, and we're doing that. But the reason I add that is because we are not behind the 8 ball on this. We have absolutely complied with Rule 16. As a practical matter, because we don't know, I would be surprised if the government only has another 3 hours left. But whatever it is, we are marking exhibits in response to what has happened in the direct. I agree with Your Honor. We will give them. We will give everything that we have marked to the government before the cross-examination starts. We can do that. I'm looking over. I want to make logistically we can. I want to make it should say I want to make sure. I want to make logistically we can do that. Yeah, it's a word messing. Yes, it's over inclusive. So logistically we can do that. We are endeavoring to do that. We have started to do that. That all being said, I don't think Rule 16 requires that. But we don't have to have a Rule 16 argument because we're willing to do it. We're willing to do it as just a matter of practicality to make things easier for the court, to make things easier for the government, quite frankly, and so that all the examinations go smoothly. Lies. If you was willing to do that, you would have given them everything already except what you're using for impeachment. Yeah, he's lying. That all being said, there is nothing in Rule 16 that requires that. Now, I am aware of certain cases from outside the Second Circuit, district court cases, I believe, that have said that when the defense offers exhibits, offers documents, puts them into evidence to put up forward an alternative factual theory, aside from undermining the credibility of the witness or something like that, that there are some courts that have defined that, I think, errantly at the defense case in chief. So if that is what we're talking about, we disagree with that, with that legal assessment. But on a much more practical level, we are doing it anyway. And so we're going to continue to do it. The government has done things to make the trial easier that the rules don't require that they do. We recognize that. And we're going to do the same thing. So we are doing this feverishly. Luckily, we had a sizable defense team. We think we can do it effectively. And we're in the process of doing that to make this trial run as smoothly as possible. Ms. Comey, you've heard that? What do you want? I want their exhibits, Your Honor. I think they've already marked them, and I would like them now. Meaning you're saying you want the exhibits, all of the exhibits that they think they might show to the jury. I'll note that we marked for this witness for all of the witnesses. I think that the court's order contemplated not having a trial by ambush. Mr. Agnifilo cited to the law that was thinking of in my head when he said that Rule 16 doesn't require this. I want to look back at the cases and see if there are any within this circuit. But my understanding of the law is if the defense is seeking to affirmatively offer evidence on cross-examination, even during the government's case, if they want to start putting forward their defense during the government's case, they have to produce those exhibits in advance, the same way the government does. I'll also note that the government has overmarked exhibits. We have produced far more marked exhibits than we expect actually to offer. Because if we think we might possibly offer something, we put a sticker on it and send it over to the defense so they are on notice and can raise any objection in advance. So I want their exhibits now, please. Okay, now, baby, she didn't come to play. She did not come to play. Let's see how this is going to play out. Well, no. Here is what I'm going to propose. We have a jury that's cooling its heels in the back. Yes. For today's purposes, you have indicated that before cross-examination, you're going to give over all the exhibits, right? And Ms. Ventura's cross-examination, if we even get there today, is going to take more than today. Yes, we're going to be back. So what I'm going to do is look at Rule 16, which is one issue. Second, I'm going to look at the actual order which reflected the parties' agreement by and large on most of the issues concerning what there needed to be deadlines for and what those deadlines meant. So I'm going to take a look at those submissions. The only outstanding issue, Ms. Comey, will be these cases that you maybe haven't seen, but Mr. Agnifilo has done you a solid and identified them. I remember reading cases on this, Your Honor. I will try to find them. If there are those cases you don't need to put in a letter, literally someone can just email me the citation so I can take a look at them. Okay, Your Honor, I'll see what I can do to get clarity and give the parties clarity on this before the end of the day. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. The last thing, if we are going to turn them over at lunchtime, they do not go over the exhibits with Miss Ventura. That's practical. We are giving these over to them. We're asking that they don't go over them with her. Can I add one thing to that, Judge? The government and the defense are not similarly situated. They have the burden of proof. We don't. We don't have to go first and give the government the things that we are going to use as part of our cross-examination so that they could then prepare their witness. There is nothing I think it would be unconstitutional for one, and I don't know of any cases that say that, which is why Rule 16 is written the way it is. Rule 16, why are we still, I thought we had an agreement. I thought I had gotten us to an agreement at least for ceasefire. He's like, stop. Now, see, that's why I said I like this judge, but then, I just can't believe he sustained, he overruled some objection. And we're going to get to that. That's another day. So I'm snatching the feet from the jaws of victory. At least that's what I want to do. If we are good for now, we're good for now. I saw Ms. Comey was going to talk about how the defense and the government are the same, but we are not. I don't think we are. And that's why I don't think they have to give me anything they are going to show for impeachment or to refresh recollection. Just exhibits. Okay. That they want to use to prove their case. I think we should be allowed to show those to any witnesses the same way they can show our exhibits to any of their witnesses. For present purposes, Mr. Agnifilo, you graciously agree that to the extent you've marked exhibits that don't fall into those categories, you can provide those over at the lunch break. Yes, Judge. Okay. And that's not with any provisos of what the government would do with those exhibits. Because I hope I said that word right, provisos, exhibits. Because I can't tell the government what to do or not to do with exhibits that you've agreed to turn over to the government at that stage. So what they will do with those is what they will do with those, correct? Because if you're not agreeing to that, then you're not really agreeing to turning over those exhibits. You're saying we're not going to actually turn over those exhibits, wait until a cross-examination begins. If that is your position, you should tell me now. I think that has to be our position, Judge. And if cross-examination is to start after lunch, that's when they would get it. I do not think that we should be in a position of giving the government ideas about our defense while the witness is on direct examination. Okay, so for today's purposes, since this issue wasn't previously raised and it wasn't previously litigated or addressed in connection with any scheduling order, in this case, you should go ahead and turn over those exhibits whenever you see fit, but no later than before cross-examination begins. There are no limitations on what the government will be able to do with those exhibits once you turn those over, and we'll address this issue further at the end of the trial day so that we don't run into it as to any other witnesses, and we'll get final resolution. Your Honor, now look, what we're talking about is a few hours. I agree, Your Honor, but this is gamesmanship, Your Honor. And I would ask that exhibits that do not turn over to us before the end of the direct not be admitted to the jury for any purpose other than impeachment. If there is anything that they want to admit for anything other than impeachment, they should have turned it over. Let me ask you, if you only received 4 exhibits on April 27, why is this the first time we're hearing about this on May 14th in the morning? While we have a witness who is waiting in the back to continue her testimony? Because we had been conferring and asking for marked exhibits. Look, you can confer, but we are here to field these issues. And this is an issue that if it was addressed and brought up to the court prior to trial, then we could have addressed all of this in a deliberate fashion, and we would have had a clear rule that everyone would have applied. Now, this is being raised literally while the jury is sitting in the box, and so I need a current solution for today. And then I'll hear you and we'll figure out an actual solution that will apply for the rest of this trial, which is going to last 4 weeks. Our solution for today, Your Honor, is they produce them by the lunch break. All right, well, that's denied. Oh, we'll have those produced at the latest, Mr. Agnifilo, before the commencement of cross-examination. Understood. With no restrictions on their use by the government, and then we'll address this later in the day. If there are any cases that either side wants to submit that are relevant to this issue, you need to email those to chambers during the trial day so that we don't have another day where this goes over and we don't know what the resolution is or what needs to be turned over, because I know that you are all doing that work overnight. So let's get moving on whatever work needs to be done. Yes, Judge. Thank you. Anything further, Ms. Comey? I don't believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Agnifilo, anything on your end? Nothing from us. Thank you, Judge. Can we get Ms. Ventura back? Your Honor, there is an issue we need to raise at the lunch break. We don't need to raise it now, but before Ms. Ventura's cross begins. There is another issue I was asked to raise. That's okay. Thank you. Your Honor, may we confer with the court reporter about the live feed? Yes. Welcome back. Thank you. We'll wait for a couple minutes. I'm ready, Judge. Your Honor, may I quietly step out for just a moment? And that is Mr. Steele. The court says yes. Thank you, sir. So I want to say this is where they said right here is where Diddy became Diddy and was mad, fuming, showing like he was mad at this point. I want to say that Steele was going for a while. I can hone on in the correct spot. So the court, please be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. Thank you for being here on time. It helps things run smoothly here, and everyone here really appreciates it and knows how much of a hardship it is to get to the courthouse in the morning and dodging traffic and the subway and everything else that's out there, especially on a rainy day. We all really appreciate it. Ms. Ventura, you understand you're still under oath? Yes. Cassandra Ventura, resume. Ms. Johnson, are you prepared to proceed? I am, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? You may. Ms. Ventura, I just handed you 2 drives. Do you recognize those drives? Yes. Okay. The first one is marked Government Exhibit B. Do you recall discussing Government Exhibit B yesterday? Yes. And how do you strike that? How do you strike that? What is on the drive at Government Exhibit B? It has messages and photos from my devices that I gave to the government. Okay. And you testified yesterday that you reviewed the contents of Government Exhibit B, correct? Yes. Okay. So, and how do you know that you reviewed the contents of Government Exhibit B? I initialed it. Your Honor, at this time, the government is going to offer a number of exhibits, so I'll read the numbers into the record. It may take me just a moment. Do you understand there to be any objections to the admission of these exhibits? I do not believe so. That's why I just conferred with counsel on. So the only person that I heard one content creator, and that's because her supporters are asking her to get a feel of what she thinks that Diddy is like, so she always keeps her eyes on him. But she was saying that the day that he got mad, like the whole courtroom could tell. The jury, he couldn't contain it. And so, they say that he gets like that. And if everybody remembers the video where he was talking to somebody and they were saying that something wasn't available or whatever, and he basically told him to make it happen and like put him in and move those people that had already reserved whatever it is out. And then they was like, yeah, okay. And then he picked the phone up and slammed it. And this one, he was early in his career, and he slammed it down. He was like, I get whatever I want. I get whatever the F I want. Yeah. It may have looked like it was an act to us at that time, and an image that he wanted to put out to the world, but that's really who he is. Through this case, that's what we're learning, because this is the only thing that, this case is the only thing that we are possibly seeing that is, has some truth to it, because they bring him to court for it, and the feds are. So he may be needing something. He definitely needs that. So according to Roger Bonds, he did go into rehab a couple times. He said, but when he came home, he was worse. Instead of progressing, he was regressing. That's according to Roger Bonds in an interview that I saw he did with Capone, Cam Capone, I think it is. Yeah. So, okay, but counsel will double check me. Yes, Your Honor, the list is, and listen, this is a lot to be reading, all of these exhibit numbers. I'm just going to skip right over that. I get whatever I want video. Yes. That was really him. At the time, we thought, okay, he's new, he's hungry. He was still fresh when he made that video. He's new, he's hungry. You know what? If you don't work, you don't eat. You know how all that goes. But now, when you think about it, that's him. So there are all these exhibit numbers. They start on this page, continue down here, and we're not reading all those one by one. I'm so sorry. And they got more down the middle. Look, take the wheel. Y'all see all this stuff they put in? He's angry. He's angry. It's exactly, Allie. Exactly. He is angry and entitled individual, probably because he doesn't want to be told what to do. No, he doesn't want anybody to tell him what to do. Ever. He doesn't want nobody to tell him what to do. He doesn't want anybody to question him. But one of his designers said that he was warned by Farnsworth Bentley when he first came on board to Sean John. Things are all good now. But he told him, be careful. As soon as you get into a public space, Diddy's going to find a way to humiliate you. So he said, at that point, he always kept him at arm's length. So, but he said he was at the parties, though. But he said he wasn't at those parties. But he did say that, he said, now this is the legend, that's what this man said, that Andre Harrell had got too friendly with him, and he think that, Diddy might have told him he not with that. Now, somebody else come out and they have another interview because they say this man lying. Now that it's on a public platform, not behind a paywall, then listen. All right, so it says in all subdivisions thereof, she got about a lot of numbers here. Well, we would offer all those at this time. Any objection? Can we just have one more moment, Your Honor? Yes. 324 has already been was already admitted, Your Honor. The rest we have no objection. So those exhibits will be admitted. Thank you, Your Honor. She offers another slew of exhibits. I'm not reading all those exhibits. Oh, well, he just going over what's on the top, and he said they are receiving evidence. Okay. Just a repeat of up top. All right. So, Miss Ventura, I'm directing your attention now to the second drive. Now to the second drive. Hold on, y'all. I don't went too far. Okay, Miss Ventura, I'm directing your attention now to the second drive that's in front of you. That's marked Government Exhibit BX. Yes. Do you recognize that drive? Yes. What is on that drive? Similar content from my devices. Have you reviewed the materials on that drive? Yes. Does that drive also contain enhanced video images from the videos that were found on your devices? Yes. Okay. How do you know that that what you reviewed is what's on that drive? I've signed that. I saw it. Do you see your initial on the drive in front of you? That's marked for identification as Government Exhibit BX? Yes. At this time, Your Honor, the government is going to offer the Government Exhibit BX 201 through 210, including all subdivisions, and that includes offering, subject to connection, certain materials that will be authenticated by a later witness. Government Exhibit BX 601 to BX 602 included all subdivisions thereof. Any objection? Subject to connection? No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted. Thank you, Your Honor. Miss Ventura, you can put the drives aside now before we move on to before we left off yesterday. Have you testified yesterday that you used alias Jackie Star sometimes? Do you remember that testimony? Yes. Are there any other aliases that you have used? Personally, Veronica Bang was one I used for many years, and Anita Crawford. Girl, Veronica Bang. It looks like 50 a month. She said Veronica Bang. Veronica Bang. Woo, you cannot make this stuff up. I am telling you, you can't make this stuff up. And so she says, just a few points. I want to clarify from yesterday. Yesterday, you testified about an incident that involved Suge Knight. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. And after D-Rock came to the house that night, you testified that you saw him and Sean pack up. So D-Rock is alive, well, and kicking. I know that this rumor is out there. It's still being circulated. And as we did find out, for always that, D-Rock is D-Rock from that other rap group. I forgot. And he did die from lymphoma. And so that narrative is still out there. D-Rock, which interview did I watch where the guy said, no, D-Rock is alive and kicking? I want to say it was the interview that was just released from behind the paywall. I want to say that's it. I have to remember, but I watched the interview and somebody asked about D-Rock, and I want to say it was the Roger Bonds interview, and he said D-Rock was alive and kicking. So no, he's not passed away. And so and after D-Rock came to the house that night, you testified that you saw him and Sean pack up. What did they pack up? I think so. For always, because 50 Cent had got a video, but the video was sent to him allegedly by Diddy. So yeah, allegedly by Diddy, and I think that it was all orchestrated because. You can laugh, but when you see the videos of me and your child's mother, you're going to pass out. He's very calculated. So D-Rock come to the front. D-Rock come to the front. Come on. D-Rock, come on. Let's see what he said about D-Rock. But yeah, D-Rock, come on to the front. Come on to the front. So yes, and after D-Rock came to the house that night, you testified that you saw him and Sean pack up. What did they pack up? Well, they got dressed and quickly packed up pals that were in the safe, but they put them on their bodies. Also yesterday, you testified that Sean wanted you to clarify if the mail worker was safe and not a cop. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. Did Sean ask you once or more than once to confirm that a mail worker was not a cop? More than once. Approximately how many times did he ask you to confirm that the mail worker was not a cop? Over the whole relationship, roughly maybe like 6 to 8 times, not a lot. Did he ever tell you to say anything in particular to the paid mail worker to make sure they were not a cop? I would lead with the fact that I wasn't a cop. Is that something that Sean told you to say? Yeah. Miss Ventura, when we broke yesterday, we were talking about the incident at the Intercontinental. Do you remember that testimony? Yep. During that testimony, you said that you did not fight back when Sean hit you. Were you speaking about the incident at the Intercontinental that we were talking about, or were you speaking generally about incidents in your relationship? I'm so glad that she asked that question. I'm so glad that she asked that question, because baby, check that off your list. Defense. All right, so I was speaking specifically about the Intercontinental, and generally in your relationship, were there times when you tried to fight back when Sean was violent with you? Yeah. Yep. What happened when you fought back? I did that more on the earlier side of the relationship. So I learned that it could escalate the fight more, make it worse for myself. Sometimes it would slow him down and he would stop, but yeah, not usually. When you say make it worse for yourself, what do you mean by that? Just make him more violent, make him stronger, want to push me harder in that situation. Objection to the specification as to the state of the mind. That's overruled. Oh, okay. How did you observe Sean react when you fought back? It varied. It usually could be anywhere from him just being surprised that I was actually fighting back, so shocked. And more anger, more frustration is what I saw. Miss Gavin, could you please pull up and publish that what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 10C-103. The timestamp 1 minute and 43 seconds. Miss Ventura, picking up where we left off yesterday, do you recognize what's depicted in Government Exhibit 10C-103 at timestamp 1 minute and 43 seconds? Yes, that's the Intercontinental Century City in LA. Okay, and who, if anyone, is depicted at this timestamp? I am in the corner, in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Yep, and in the mirror. And where is the mirror in this image? Across from me, down the hall. Miss Gavin, can you play from 143 to 146, please? Who entered the elevator lobby during that clip? Miss Ventura, that's Sean. What, if anything, is in his hands? It doesn't appear to have anything in his hands. Miss Gavin, can you please play to 159? Miss Ventura, are you able to tell from this pause if Sean has anything in his hands at 1 minute and 59 seconds? Yeah, it looks like a phone that's lit up, I think. Whose phone is in his hands? I think that's my phone. Yeah. How did Sean get your phone? Well, he took all my stuff. So, Miss Gavin, can we please play to a minute stamp 2 minutes 10 seconds? Where does Sean initially head in that clip? In what direction? It's like he heads towards the room. And where does he end up at the end of the clip? Sitting in a chair across from the mirrors by the window. And are you visible in this particular timestamp? No, not in the timestamp. Okay, where are you relative to Sean right now? I am, if you're looking at the screen on the left, just behind the wall, directing your attention to the area of the video where Sean is sitting, that's visible in the mirror. Miss Gavin, can you please play until 2:14? Miss Ventura, what, if anything, is Sean recorded throwing in that clip? There was a vase with flowers in it. And what do you recall about what happened with Sean throwing the vase with flowers in it? I just remember it coming towards me. I didn't get hit. I remember it hitting the wall, but he was just yelling at me and threw it at me. When you say he was yelling at you, what, if anything, was he saying to you during the events depicted on this video? I mean, I don't remember exactly like his words word for word, but I'm sure he was calling me out on my name. Objection to speculation. That's sustained. Jury should disregard the witness's last answer. Let's play until the end of the video. You can pause there, Miss Gavin. Miss Ventura, what are you doing with your arm in that clip? At the end, I'm putting it up and I'm backing away from him when he's walking towards me. And you can play the last few seconds, Miss Gavin. Okay, you can take that down. If you can pull up Government Exhibit 10C-104, which is in evidence, go to timestamp 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Miss Ventura, again, which direction are we looking at in this view of the hallway? That's the hallway that goes to the room we were staying in, and the elevator is on the right. Okay, Miss Gavin, can you play a few frames and pause again? Pause there. Miss Ventura, who do you recognize in this image at 3 minutes and 21 seconds? Me and security from the hotel. In which direction are you walking? Opposite of the room. Miss Gavin, can you jump forward to 5 minutes, 20 seconds? Can you play from 5 minutes, 20 seconds to 5 minutes, 31 seconds? In which direction are you headed now? Towards the room. What, if anything, do you have in your hands? I don't see anything yet. Did I have my phone yet? Let's jump ahead to 6 minutes, 6 and 15 seconds. Miss Gavin, can you play 6:15 to 6:25? In which direction are you walking in that clip? To the elevator. Where are you walking from? From the room. What, if anything, are you holding in your hands? My bag and my purse. Without guessing as to what Sean might have said during this incident with Sean in the elevator lobby, was Sean speaking to you? Yes. What, if anything, do you remember about the substance of what he was saying to you? That I wasn't going to leave him there. Yeah, that I couldn't. Rico, anyone? Rico, anyone? In this case, you have to be careful what you say. But I think on cross, things kind of get sticky. Well, no, that was with the security guard. We already went through that. So she's saying that he's saying that you're not going to leave him there. Yeah, that I couldn't. Miss Gavin, you can take that down. Miss Ventura, were you eventually able to leave the Intercontinental Hotel? Yes. Where did you go once you left? I went to my apartment that was close by. Which apartment were you living at this time? That was 875 Comstock. How did you get from the hotel to your apartment? I took an Uber. Miss Gavin, Your Honor, may I have one moment to confer with defense counsel? You may. Miss Gavin, could you pull up for identification only for the parties in the court, Government Exhibit B626? If you can put the first page, page 1, and page 2 side by side, please. Miss Ventura, do you recognize what this document is? Yes. What is it? It's a text message between me and Sean. And how do you recognize it? Our names and phone numbers are on it. Is this a true and accurate text message between you and Sean? Yes. The government office, Government Exhibit B626. One moment, please, Your Honor. No objection. All right. This exhibit will be admitted. Miss Gavin, can you please publish the exhibit to the jury? Miss Ventura, directing your attention to the first page on the left. Who are the participants in this chat? That's me and Sean. Okay, Miss Gavin, can you please put pages 2 and 3 side by side? If you could blow up the first message on page 2. Miss Ventura, what's the day and time that this message is sent? March 5th of 2016. And who sent this message? This is from Sean to me. Can you please read this message? Call me. Can you take that down, Miss Gavin? And Miss Ventura, can you read all the messages on page 3? Yo, please call me. I got 6 kids. Please call me. Miss Gavin, can you turn to pages 4 and 5? Listen. I want y'all to pay attention and make sure y'all listening to what? The billionaire. The self-proclaimed king. Puff Daddy, a.k.a. Diddy, a.k.a. Brother Love, a.k.a. Love, a.k.a. Pop Pop, a.k.a. Poppy, a.k.a. Love on top, Tucci on the bottom. I want y'all to listen to how he's getting ready to start begging. This is the same day of the video that we all witnessed. Same day. The reason why it's a Rico is because he is the head. And so what they had, had on Doug, this is a Rico case against him, not conspiracy to commit a Rico. He's moving like a John Gotti or something. He's the head of all of this organization. He instructed everybody from the top on down. They're going to show you right here on direct. They're not going to point out each time, this is a Rico, this is part of a Rico. This is part of, I'm going to point it out for you because a lot of people don't understand. Like I said, there's a lot of people, people are interviewing people outside the courtroom that have never stepped inside the courtroom, just like you or I. They're only getting reports of what the content creators and the news stations are saying. And so they don't have transcripts. They don't have anything. They're out there just giving their opinions, and this is why we're digging into the official transcripts, because we want to know, because I want to see from my own stuff, without anybody taking the gist of what they heard that day in the courtroom and reporting on it. So that's why we're digging in deep. Let's go. Let's see how Brother Love is begging and how he's lying to this girl. You a lie, cheat, heartbreak. No, I don't even know how that song goes. I know that's the words. All right, so Miss Ventura, please, we don't. Okay, so please, he got 6 kids. Look, he said, "Yo, please call." Sorry, y'all. Let me go back up here because I don't want to leave nothing out. I don't want to put nothing in nobody's mouth. All right. He says, "Miss Ventura, can you please read all the messages on page 4? Yo, please call. I'm surrounded. Call me for my kids. Help." What? This is the same day she went home after the incident. We snatched her down, kicked her like he was kicking the football. The same incident. This is later on in the day. She left. The security came. If you see, that's why I said, look at the video where they show the 3 different angles. It makes way more sense then. So when she went to the room, she did go back to the room, but that was after security came up, and that was after security stood in between her and Diddy. She went in and got her stuff, and you could see her. So that's what they were asking her. Those videos, they were showing it from the different viewpoints. So she was walking towards the elevator with the stuff that he had took from her initially when we saw her with no shoes or socks on. She got that stuff and she left. I don't know if you were here for the officer's testimony, the first witness. Yeah, he explained that, and on the video you can see that. So yeah, he stood in between. He was a security guard then. The assistant director. He's a police officer, a LAPD police officer now, Officer Flores. So yes, he stood in the middle. Then she goes to the room, and he stands in the doorway. He says halfway in the room with half his body out, and he was able to hear and see her. And she got her stuff and she left. After the whole bribe, allegedly, the alleged bribe. The security officer then went downstairs, tried to talk to Cassie. She didn't want to talk to her, to him. Whoever was driving told him that she don't want to talk to you. She just wants to leave. Like basically, bye, move. Boy, bye. Move on out the way. He had went and got management. They had went back upstairs to talk to Diddy. Yeah, that was all in the first testimony from that officer. So he says he's surrounded. I'm sorry. Call me. For my kids, help. You didn't care about kicking her, and you wasn't worried about her not being able to have no kids because of the way they said he was child abusing this poor child. You know what? She can't do nothing but thank God every single day. Every single day that she was able to have children, because normally that's how the way we saw him kick her in the video, they said that's how he kicked and stomped on her every beating, and the beatings were so frequent. If he was somewhere and somebody made him mad somewhere else, she was home and had nothing to do with it, he would come to her house and beat her. That is just pure insanity. It's crazy on all types of levels. So people worried about a $30 million? She can't get that time back. And after she had the 2 children by Alex, it was something right before she got pregnant with the 3rd child. She tried to end it all. She cannot get those images out her head. She cannot. So she was going to run into traffic. And Alex once again had to save the day. So stop playing. For people that have never been in her shoes or in anybody else's shoes, he run around here just smacking folks. Child done slapped Drake up. Like, listen, Roger Barnes talking about the day he slapped Drake. Child, I said, wait a minute. Do I remember that? It's too much. All right, let's go. So he said on page 5 on the right, directing your attention to the top green message. Who sends that message? Me. What is your response? Put the robe on. Why do you tell Sean to put the robe on? Because he was running around in a towel and I was just looking out. Child, she said she was just looking at. Can you continue to read the messages in blue? It says call me and then call now. Who sent those messages to you? From Sean. Miss Gavin, can you turn to page 6, please? Miss Ventura, page 6, which is on the right-hand side of your screen. Miss Gavin, can you blow up the green messages, please? Who sent these green messages? I did. Can you read your response? I went and checked everything and spoke to security. Jules left, so you're good. And as long as you don't disturb the other guests, they'll leave you be. Peace. Cassie, I wish you would have left. Yeah. You can take that down. Miss Gavin. Miss Ventura, can you remind the jury who Jules is? Jules was one of the regular paid workers that we use for free golf. Yeah, I'm surprised she can have kids with all of that too. Yeah. And Capricorn Clark, they also told this stylist, he mentioned this too, about a STD that they had. I'm just not repeating it. I will tell you to go watch the interview to hear him say it himself. But I'm not saying it over here. But, you know, unless I can't bring the clip over here because I'm not messing with her like that. Listen, I will tell y'all where to go in a minute. So was Jules present at the Intercontinental Hotel on March 5th, 2016? Yes. And where, if you know, was Jules during the incident that was depicted on the videos that we watch? Jules was inside of the hotel room. They trying to say that nobody was there. Jules was there. Jules, let me not say Jules, because y'all be talking about she said Jules said Tina. No, I did not. This is a corn star. Or some sort like that. Paid worker. All right. So can you take this down, Ms. Gavin, and please put up a government exhibit 2A-630 and evidence. Ms. Ventura, yesterday you identified this individual as Jules. Is this the same Jules you were just talking about? Yes. Okay. What, if any, communication did you have with Jules after you left the Intercontinental that day in an Uber? I actually don't remember having any conversation with him after until there was like another freak off, honestly. Lord. Miss Gavin, can you please pull up government exhibit B606 and B607 side by side, which are both in evidence? Ms. Ventura, what's depicted in government exhibit B606 and B607? That's me, just a selfie of my fat lip wearing sunglasses. Let me show y'all the picture. Hold on a minute. Let me get y'all a visual. Just hold on 1 minute. I'm gonna get y'all a visual. Let me get y'all the visual. That's the exhibit. That's the exhibit from that day. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. It gets more interesting. Just hold on. Just wait. Look, they were spelling his name the way you spelled it first for always. Like Jules, Jewels. Now here they changed the spelling to Jules. So it's just crazy. So yeah, we know we're not talking about Jules. So we're not. So Jules, that's what we got. Jules, not Jules. So after you left Intercontinental that day in an Uber. All right. Okay. When was this image taken? It was taken in the Uber on the way to my apartment. Okay. After you left the Intercontinental Hotel. Yes. With what device did you take this photograph? I took it with one of my phones. And why are you wearing sunglasses in this photograph? Because I had a black eye underneath and I was trying to cover it. And what other injuries, if any, can you see in these images? Just my fat lip. You can take that down now, Miss Gavin. Can you please pull up Government Exhibit 626 in evidence? Pages 6 and 7 side by side. Miss Ventura, directing your attention, we previously looked at the two green bubbles at the top of the screen, directing your attention to the blue bubble underneath it on the left-hand side. Who sent this message? Sean to me. What does it say? Call me now. And Miss Gavin, can you enlarge the messages on page 7, please? Miss Ventura, can you read these messages? Call me. The cops are here. You're going to abandon me all alone? Call me, please. Is he begging? Baby, I'm begging. Baby, I'm begging. Said I'm begging. Is he begging? Not the billionaire, self-proclaimed king. Child, when Sean says to you on the top message, call me, the cops are here, what was your reaction? Get them together, Cassie. Proud of you at this moment, girl. I didn't know. I don't think I really cared in that moment. I just wanted to be home, get away. I know he was sitting there seething. I know he mad. Child, not only is she pregnant, she up here talking trash. She got a right to. All right. Are you aware either way if police showed up to the Intercontinental Hotel? No, I'm not. Miss Gavin, can you please turn to pages 8 and 9 if you could blow up the top two green bubbles? And we know that the police did not show up that day, not to the hotel, because the security guard didn't even get enough information to give to the police. And Cassie left. So they didn't call no police. And he already testified to the fact that he did not call the police. So Puffy is the liar. He's a weirdo, freak off, liar. But there was some police call, but he was not there. Let's go on. All right, so Miss Gavin, can you please turn to pages 8 and 9 if you could blow up the top two green bubbles? So after the messages we just read where Sean says, call me, the cops are here, how do you respond? Cassie? Get him, girl. I say, I have a premiere Monday for the biggest thing I've ever done in my life. I have a black eye and a fat lip. It was time for me to go. You are sick for thinking it's okay to do what you've done. Please stay far away from me. Cassie, I wish you could have kept that right there. I wish you could have stuck to that. Yeah, begging, it's aggressive. It's weirdo stalker behavior. We saw this video, which makes it 10 times worse. It's just not words that we are reading at this point. We saw the video. This is sick. Somebody that needs help. But that would be too much, right? That would be too much for him to even take that angle. Hold on, y'all, because it's about to be like Lion Town. I caught it this time, though. It is, for him, for his ego, I'm not going to take that angle. He could have at least said, you know what, I was out of my mind. But no, you're going to just keep saying the rugs. No, listen, bruh, you need an evaluation. Something is not right upstairs there, society also needs to let people be who they are. If this man is part of the LGBTQ community, then they need to let him be part of the LGBT community in peace and allow him to remain who he is and to do the work that he does. A lot of people that are in the LGBTQ community that can't come out, they get these women that they call beards, and they normally go through this type of abuse, because they really, really don't want to be with you. And they really, really are not going to go and beat on, they're not going to be on a man. No, not like that. In his case, he used other men to, scare other men off. But they're not. He doesn't want to be with you. Standing on a red carpet, you would very much rather have a Fonsley Bitward, whatever his name is, hanging on his arm than you, Cassie. It's to cover up. That's why he gets so angry. That's why he has you having. Who tells somebody we're gonna introduce somebody to freak offs under the guise of voyeurism? And this is supposedly your girlfriend now, but she came to you to be a signed artist. And one of the requirements of hiring men from the freak off is that they had to have a big tool. That was coming from him, not her. They needed to have a big tool. Bruh, just come on out. Be happy. Be merry. You have your children already. Just be you, bruh. But he thought that he can beat on both. Now, the one thing they said he's not no punk. He doesn't back down. I say he doesn't back down because he know he got security. Because when the security guard said that he got hemmed up against the wall, when he snatched the phone out of the manager's hand because he thought he was recording, put him up against the wall, he let go of the phone. Y'all gotta make it make sense. Like, cause you slapped Drake. Like you bitch, smack. What? See, y'all don't understand. Okay, let's go. Miss Gavin, can you please turn? So she says, so after the messages we just read where Sean says, okay, so then Cassie said what she said. Can you take that down? Miss Ventura, can you read the rest of the blue bubbles? Yep. Call me. Help. I'm about to be arrested. Thanks. Ciao. Diddy. Who sent you those messages? Sean. He's sitting there looking like a stupid fool right about now. You look stupid. You got your family sitting in the gallery with the rest of the folks looking stupid. But I get it. Allegedly, he's under the assumption that Trump is going to give him a pardon. All right, that's why his attorneys didn't want to start this case yet. He was determined, and persistent that he was moving forward with this case, even though they weren't ready. So let's go. Miss Gavin, can you please turn to the next 2 pages? Miss Ventura, can you pick up reading Sean's messages on these, the blue bubbles on these pages? If you don't pick up, you'll never hear my voice again. Damn. I would never ignore your calls. Call now. Please. Please. Chat. What? Hey, Becca. Welcome, Becca. Y'all, what is going on here? Like, what is really going on here? You done blacked this girl eye, snatched her down to the ground, dragged her. And now you sending him these messages lying. Y'all, I cannot make this stuff up. So let's go ahead and let's continue. Just on this page, he says, I'm getting arrested. He's lying, y'all. Keep in mind that he's lying. Miss Ventura, are you aware if Sean was arrested for this incident? No, I don't know. I don't think so. Okay. And how did you respond to this message? His message, I'm getting arrested. Cassie, I need you to keep this type of energy up right here. She says, plugging my phone in and going to bed. You should do the same. Cassie, baby, this is the energy that we needed you to keep from right here. Listen, Miss Johnson says you can take that down now, Miss Gavin. Miss Ventura, you testified earlier that you left the Intercontinental in an Uber to go to your apartment. Is that right? Yes. Who, if anyone, was at your apartment when you arrived home? My friend, Carrie Morgan, was there. How did Carrie react when she saw you? She was super upset. She had seen me with black eyes and busted lips before, so she was pretty upset and she wanted to call the cops. Are you aware if Miss Morgan did call the police? I am, and she did. Now listen to this, y'all. Listen up. Keep your ear to the. How are you aware of that? Because she called them in front of me and they came. You mentioned the police came to your apartment. Is that right? Mm-hmm. What interaction, if any, did you have with the police at your apartment? I answered a couple of questions, but when they wanted me to say who I was talking about, I would not. So they left. This monster did not. He did not. So Rebecca asked, does Cassie have to go back to court? They was throwing that idea around. See, they was trying to run out the clock and have Cassie, be stressed and go into labor and have the baby. So they would say we couldn't cross-examine her the way we wanted to because she was having a baby. She had to didn't work out for them. She did have a baby. Congratulations to Cassie. Now looks fine. She had a healthy baby boy. So if they do call her, like they're claiming that they may call her back to the stand on in the defense case in chief, at least she would have had some time to bond with her child and heal. But I think it's a dirty game that they would be playing if they try to do that. You've had the right to testify here, to cross-examine her here. And not only that, every witness that's coming behind is saying how he abused her. Like, so, at this point, it's just not her saying it. It's people saying that they tried to stop it. All types of stuff. It's crazy. So, like, I think I really need Brian Steele and Nicole Westmoreland, because the rest of them, I guess they said it's an attorney, Xavier, that is there as well from Georgia. And they said that he's good too. But I'm not really familiar with that attorney. I would need to see them to see if it's somebody from the YSL case. I'm not sure. But I do know that Brian Steele and Brian, I need you to tell them, no, I don't think that's a good idea. Now, Brian, if they call Cassie back to the stand, then I just don't know what to say. So right now, they don't have her on the witness list, on their witness, to be called in their case in chief, but who knows what they're going to come up with, because they got all types of tactics that are going on that they're pulling. It's really disturbing and a little messed up. Okay, let's get back into this. So, okay, so why would you not say who you were talking about? Just in that moment, didn't want to hurt him that way. Just too much going on. It was a lot for me in that moment, and I wasn't ready. And who are you talking about? Whose name you would not disclose? Sean. Did you want to protect Sean? Yeah, of course. After you returned to your apartment on March 5th, 2016, who else, if anyone, tried to come over to your apartment? Sean did. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking he's from YSL. I'm going to have to see who this Xavier is. It may be an attorney that I just I haven't seen it. I don't recognize them by name right now, but Sean tried to come to her house. What, if anything, do you recall about that? I don't know how he got there, but this was the apartment where I lived on the 17th floor. So he was just trying to get in and get to me. And objection. Your Honor, can I ask a clarifying question? Yes. Miss Ventura, how do you know Sean was trying to get into the apartment? Because I was notified by his assistant. I need y'all to pay attention. This is where the RICO comes in at too. This is all he's using the people. He's trying to break into this girl apartment. KK, come on to the front. You got some splaining to do. Christina Corum, come on down. Come on down. So, Miss Ventura, how do you know? Because she was notified by his assistant. Who told you Sean was trying to get into your apartment? Well, Carrie, because she was there, and Christina Corum. What, if anything, could you hear while this was happening? Just chaos. Outside of the door, banging, kicking, yelling. Could you hear Sean's voice? Yeah. And where was his voice relevant to your apartment? Where was his voice coming from relative to your apartment outside of the apartment door? Was Sean able to get inside your apartment on March 5th of 2016? After the incident at the Intercontinental, he was not. And can you describe how the noises outside your door sounded? Him trying to, yelling, again, banging. It was pretty normal. Just commotion in a very private building. When you say banging, what, if anything, on the door? Yeah. Okay. So you heard banging on your front door. Yes. You also mentioned you heard from Sean's assistant that day. Yeah. Was that Miss Corum? Yes. Besides Miss Corum, what, if any, contact did you have with any other employees of Sean's that day? I spoke to D-Rock. We ended up going to his house later on that day. Can you remind me what role D-Rock has? D-Rock was a security and a close friend. You mentioned you went to D-Rock's house later that day. Can you explain to the jury why you went to D-Rock's house? Living in LA, I really didn't have a whole lot of people, especially family. And D-Rock and his wife were just always there for me. So I ended up going over there to feel safe. Tried to. How long did Miss Morgan stay with you? She got on a flight back to New York that evening. And by the time I got to the apartment, it was like afternoon, maybe like 2:00. So when did you see Sean next? I saw him next when he came to D-Rock's house at the end of that night. We had been texting. Child, why you just couldn't go somewhere and sit down? What? Yeah, this makes me so angry. I am so angry. I'm frustrated for her. Like, this is sick. And where did you go over? D-Rock's house? After D-Rock's house, that should say after D-Rock's house, I went to Sean's house and I did a fitting for the movie. Miss Gavin, can you pull up for identification only for the parties in Council Government Exhibit B627A? Miss Ventura, do you recognize who is depicted in Government Exhibit B627A? Yeah, that's me and Sean's bedroom in LA. How do you recognize this? It's what I wore to the premiere. Is this a true and accurate photograph of you and Sean's bedroom? Yes. Government offers Government Exhibit 627A. No objection. The government will be admitted. I should say government exhibit, but Miss Gavin, please publish that exhibit to the jury. Miss Ventura, what are you wearing in this photo? I'm wearing a gown and sunglasses. Why are you wearing sunglasses? To cover up my eye. What happened to your eye? I got hit in the face, so I had a black eye. And where was this photograph taken? Inside of Sean's bedroom on Mapleton Drive. You can take that down now, Miss Gavin, Miss Ventura. When you were talking about Sean trying to get into your apartment after the incident at the Intercontinental, you described banging and yelling as normal. What did you mean by normal? He showed up unannounced quite a bit. when my friends were there, and when he did, it was a similar thing. If he doesn't have a key, he would just be trying to get in. He would just be trying to get inside. Young and dumb. He was sweet talking her. Yeah. I mean, it is, after being groomed, and it is just unfortunate. It's very disturbing that, he's 17 years her senior. Like, he really, really took advantage, and he knows it. And now he's sitting here trying to have his attorneys flip the script and say that she was this ex-craved demon, over jealous person. She admitted that she was jealous. You kept throwing women in her face. Listen, like I said, and I'll say it again and again and again, Cassie was never this man's girlfriend. Never. Never, 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 never. Never. What do you mean by similar thing? An incident where he was angry, coming from somewhere, being angry. So he's coming from somewhere else, being angry, trying to get in her apartment. She doesn't have anything to do with where he's coming from or what happened where he was, but he's coming to her apartment to whoop on her. This is just too much. Miss Gavin, can you please pull up and publish what's in evidence as Government Exhibit B604? Miss Ventura, what, if any, visible injuries did you have on the day of your premiere? Visible, I had bruises on my body that weren't completely covered by the makeup. I had quite a bit of makeup on my face. Where is this particular image? Government Exhibit B604 taken. That's at the beginning of the premiere of the movie that I was doing. And you mentioned you had quite a bit of makeup on. Mm-hmm. What was the makeup covering? The makeup was covering a bruising on my face. You mentioned other bruising. Miss Gavin, can you zoom in on Miss Ventura's shoulder? What, if any, other bruising was visible? You're referencing this. I had several bruises on my legs, but I changed into a different outfit. You can take that down, Miss Gavin. Can you pull up Government Exhibit 9Q-101 for identification for the court and parties only? Miss Ventura, do you recognize who is depicted in this exhibit? Yep, that's me, and shown at the after party for the premiere. How do you recognize this picture? Because we were together for a minute. I remember it. And is this a fair and accurate photograph of you and Sean after the after party for the premiere? Yeah. The government offers Government Exhibit 9Q-101. No objection. It will be admitted. Miss Gavin, can you please publish this exhibit to the jury? Miss Ventura, you had mentioned a moment ago that you had changed dresses during the evening. Is that right? Yes. What dress is this that you're wearing? That's the after party dress that I changed into in like a popcorn closet at the movie theater. Yeah, my second dress. And you mentioned earlier that what, if any, bruises were visible on your legs in this dress. See one of them there, but I had a larger one on my thigh, my upper thigh, and I had another one somewhere around my shin, calf muscle. Which bruise can you see in this photo? I can see it on my right shin. You can take that down, Miss Gavin. Miss Ventura, next to you on the witness stand is a binder. Can you please look through the photos in that binder, all of them, and let me know who you recognize the photographs to be? Oh, okay. I think this is where she's going to say it, and I'm going to pull up something so you guys can take a look. Okay. Have you finished looking at the binder? Yes. Who do you recognize those photographs to be depicting? These are paid, what was I calling them? Workers that we use for freak offs. And are those true and accurate photos of paid members that you use for freak offs? Yes, Miss, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibits 2A617 through 2A628. I'm not reading all that. Any objection? No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted. All right, Miss Gavin, can you please pull up what is in evidence as a Government Exhibit 2A617? Miss Ventura, what do you know? What do you know the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A612 as Ash? How did you hire Ash? Ash was hired through Garen at Cowboys for Angels. And in what cities did you and Sean use Ash? Drum roll, please. We saw him in LA, maybe Vegas, and Ibiza. Can you say Rico? Let me show y'all something about Ash. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Hold on. Bring it over for y'all real quick. Hold on a minute. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Let me see if I can pull up something for y'all to take a little look at, okay? All right. Yeah, this is what we want right here. Let's see. Oh. All right, I think that's... Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. Y'all ready? Hold on. Let me see which one I'm going to bring over. I'm getting ready to bring Ash over. I'm going to show y'all Ash, show you who Ash is, and show you, child, Cassie. He had Cassie in all types of danger. I can bring over the people.com or the TV Insider. May 21st of 2025. So he was just sentenced. Hold on, y'all. Let me bring it on over. Let me bring this up and see. Okay, so wait. Let me go to people. Maybe that. Okay. Child, when I tell you, you can't make this stuff. You just cannot make it up. You just cannot. Child. I'm working because I need y'all. Why y'all want to do that, people? Is y'all gonna not let me check? Go on, thank you. All right. Come on now. I'm trying to get rid of all these ads on the side. We don't need all that. We don't need all that. Okay. Here comes Ash, y'all. Because, see, this is ridiculous. And you go around all types of people. And, you know, he just got sentenced May 21st of 2025. Wasn't that the other day? Child. Hold on, y'all. Okay, here we go. Hold on, let me see if I can move this tag on here. Okay. Move it now. So anyway, I don't know how to move. Hold on. This daggone thing is getting on my nerve. Okay. So a reality TV star lost his mind and beat his friend unalive. Okay, this is Ash. This is the person that she was just talking about. This is Ash. Okay, he used to be on a reality TV show, and they was out there flaunting them looks and being a male worker. All right, and he beat his friend unalived. What to know? What to know about Ash Armand's case and where he is now, nearly 5 years later. This is Ash, people. This is Ash. Listen, shout out to the people at people.com. I'm using this under the Fair Use Act, under disclaimer of 1976, under fair use. Okay, here, let's go. Gigolos, that was the name of the show. Star Ash Armand pleaded should be pled guilty, right? To voluntary manslaughter. I don't know if you can say that right, manslaughter. Y'all know what it is. But I'm going to say manslaughter because I don't know if YouTube banned that word. But we're going to say manslaughter. Okay. And mayhem for the 2020 beating, unaliving of Herline Dulai. Let's read what it says under this picture. Ash Armand attends the Star Magazine Scene Stealers event at Lure on October 9th, 2014 in Los Angeles, California. Ash Armand poses for a mugshot on June 17th of 2020 in Las Vegas, Nevada. Y'all don't hit that like button. If you're over here, please hit the like button over there. If y'all over there on the X known as Twitter, there is a link there. You can come over here. Please hit the like and subscribe button. You can go back over there and watch on Twitter. But let's get back into this. From 2011 to 2016, Showtime's controversial reality show Gigolos portrayed the glamorous, risque lifestyle of 5 male paid workers in Las Vegas. But 4 years after the last episode aired, one of these paid workers was arrested for red rum. Ash Armand, whose birth name is Ashaya Kubiak. Why that name sounds so familiar, the Kubiak? Maybe they said his full name. Child, let's go. Yeah, was sentenced to 8 to 20 years in prison after he pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter. I know what it is. I'm not sure if YouTube condemn, I don't know. So I'm going to say manslaughter the way it's spelled. And mayhem for the July 2020 beating, unaliving of Herline Dulai per the Las Vegas Review-Journal. He claimed that she attacked him after they took psychedelic shrooms together and that he blacked out. What if that would have been Cassie? Because they was on the shrooms. He claimed that she attacked him after they took... Oh, okay, so I said that. Armand called the police to report her unconscious. And when officers arrived, they wrote in the arrest report that Dulai was obviously no longer with us. She was unalive. She was gone. She was red-rummed. Unalived. Her official cause of unalivement was blunt force trauma and strangulation. I have never hit a woman in my life. Child, I've never hit a woman in my life, and I certainly never wanted to hurt Herline. Armand said during his sentencing hearing in December of 2021. The Paramount Plus docu-series Sin City Gigolo, which premiered March 4th, revisited the case and interviewed former cast and crew about their experiences with Armand. And you need to send me some money if they start running up these numbers. Okay? Director Barbara Shearer told TV Insider that though the Gigolo star was guilty, there was a rush to judgment during the initial investigation. After diving into this case and going down the rabbit hole, there was a rush to judgment, Shearer said. Bottom line is, they got the right guy. I'm not in any way saying that didn't happen. We have the right guy, but were corners cut? Yes. Was there a rush to judgment? Yes. So what happened to Ash Armand? Here's everything to know about the Gigolo star's manslaughter case. Who is Ash Armand? First of all, he has on a ruffled blouse. I remember having one of those in pink in the 5th grade. I'm not too fond of that blouse that he has on a man. You know, I know a little bit about fashion. I'm just not too fond of that. I don't like the way that shirt looks on him. Looks like the pink blouse that I had back in the 5th grade. Little ruffles on the front. It was. I think I got a picture somewhere in it. Yeah. Ash Armand is a former star of the Showtime reality series Cute. He's a cutie patootie. Let me bring it back down now. It's just no telling, no, I'm not going to lie about that. He's a cutie patootie and all. But listen, tell your kids, say no to rugs. Say no to rugs and no to pay ex-workers, any gender. Ash Armand is the former star of the Showtime reality series Gigolos, who joined the cast in season 3 and was known as the group's Zen Master. On a campaign funding website for his legal defense, Armand was described as a gentle healer, sensitive teacher, and generous friend. They always have the nicest things to say about the people that do the worst things, even by mistake. Somebody paid for him to get this man's laughter. Outcome. Objection. YouTube, really, you really trying to, ain't nothing wrong with that, YouTube. She ain't said nothing too wrong. What's wrong with he's sexy? You know what? They may be taking the SEX. I'm telling you, YouTube just held your comment. I released it. Now let's see if YouTube in the back. YouTube, what is wrong with saying he's sexy? She didn't say nothing about child. I told you. They just held your whole comment. Child, it be the pettiness for me. I can get with some of the stuff that they saying. You shouldn't be on here just talking raunchy. I get that. But it just be too much. I mean, yeah, we have to watch everything. And then, like I said, they do wholesome stuff, and then you have the option to release it or just to leave it held. But he's very attractive. So whatever, YouTube. Ash Armor, so the reality star was raised in Maine and Japan with his 2 siblings per Refinery 29. In a letter to the court, Armand's mom wrote, from when he was a little boy, Akshaya grew up immersed in the healing traditions and philosophies of the East and the West. Shira told TV Insider that his upbringing was very unconventional and very open. Actually, really? All right. And that it wasn't a big leap for him to get into X work. This is mama, y'all. Armand wrote that he was a ex and fitness educator as well as a father in his Instagram bio. I'm going to have to check out his bio. Which is private. Oh, it's private. So he's never going to let me in right about now. It's probably right. She's just coming here. No. According to Refinery 29, Armand's son was 17 at the time of his arrest. Wrong time to be. It is unclear when exactly Armand got into X work, but he started working for the agency Cowboys for Angels in 2012. Okay, so was he doing it before? Per Refinery 29 and the company's founder, Garen James, Garen, his name is all up and through the court documents. Yes, it is. Got him a spot on Gigolos that year. Armand remained on the show for 4 years until it ended in 2016. What happened to Herline July? A still of Herline July featured in Sin City Gigolo. Wow. Herline July was a friend of Armand's, and according to an investigation by Refinery 29, there are conflicting reports about whether or not she was one of his clients. During their friendship, the Las Vegas Review-Journal reported that they started a business together, though the nature of that business is unclear. According to her obituary, July was born in Northern California and graduated from Temple University in Pennsylvania. Okay. She led a youth group in Las Vegas and enjoyed working with children. At the time of her Red Rum, she was working as a personal trainer per TV Insider. She touched every soul she came into contact with and left a sparkle. Her obituary read, she will be remembered for her twinkling smile, contagious laughter, and comforting hugs. Dulai was 29 years old. When she passed on July 16th of 2020, the night before she had gone over to Armand's house and the pair had taken psychedelic shrooms, lit candles, prayed and watched Avatar. At 10 a.m. the following morning, Armand called 911 and said, "It is going to sound insane because it is insane. There was a struggle. I temporarily lost my mind." Paramedics found Armand attempting to do CPR, coached by the 911 operator, as he had told them Dulai had experienced a heart attack per Refinery 29. But the first responders did not find evidence of a heart attack. Instead, Dulai had been clearly beaten and blood was spattered around the room. So how did he get away? How did he get off on man's laughter? Y'all know I don't know whether YouTube will allow the other word. I'm telling you, I got to see if that one is on the lips. It's not man's laughter. It sounds a little crazy, but that's what he was charged with. I'm just saying it the way it's spelled. So when the police get here, I'll surrender, Armand told the paramedics, according to the grand jury indictment. Later, Dulai's autopsy found evidence of extreme violence, and her cause of being alive was determined as blunt force trauma with strangulation as a contributing factor. What was Ash Armand charged with? This is one of the ex-workers that Cassie and Diddy. The last unaliving was ruled a homicide, according to the Clark County Coroner's Office, and Armand was charged with her red rum. He later said that he attacked Dulai because she first attacked him. At the trial, her family asked what kind of assault could possibly make the level of violence Armand enacted necessary per the Las Vegas Review-Journal. In September of 2021, he pled guilty to felony counts of voluntary manslaughter and mayhem, reportedly to spare Dulai's family a trial. Armand was sentenced to 8 to 20 years in prison a few months later. There he is. Why was Gigolos canceled? Here he is. He's the second one I'm looking at from my left in the gray suit, standing next to the guy in the short trench coat, trench jacket, if you will. It's Bradley, then it's Ash. It's very nice looking. It's not clear why Gigolos was canceled in 2016, but throughout its 6-season run, the raunchy reality series was met with criticism, especially surrounding its legality. Peacestitution, thank you for always. Peacestitution has been legal in Nevada. See, I told you I knew it was legal somewhere. I just couldn't remember where it was. I knew when I got to Las Vegas, when I went on a vacation to Las Vegas, Nevada, I was very shocked how they had like the crack pipes and stuff, all the for sale in the stores. I said, no. In the nightlife, I had to go back inside. I guess I'm a square. I had to go back inside. I said, we stayed right on the strip. I said, Lord, this too much. They doing too much. I said, wait, they let y'all sell these in the store? Way before all the other states started. Las Vegas, Nevada is a mess. Okay. So yeah, I knew it was legal somewhere. Peacestitution has been legal in Nevada since 1971, but only if it occurs it has to be a licensed brothel per the Nevada Independent. So they must make them take, yes, it is very dangerous. So they must make them in the brothel, make them take STD tests and stuff like that. But are you requesting the same from the people that are hiring you? Because according to the interview that I watched today, I'll just tell y'all where to find it. I'm not saying that over here. They can play the line as loose as they want to semantically, but they're still violating the law. That's kind of confusing, Martin said. However, because the transactions took place on camera and not in front of an officer, they weren't considered an arrestable offense. What? Where is Ash Armand now? Looking regular, degular, schmegular. This is Ash Armand on a prison phone call in Sin City, Gigolo. He's credit High Desert State Prison. So Armand has been serving his up to 20-year prison sentence at Nevada Correctional Center since 2021. Shira said she wanted to interview him for Sin City Gigolo, but wasn't able to. Okay, so this was written May 21st of 2025. People think they slip. So this was written May 21st of 2025 while the P. Diddy man is on trial. Okay, I see you people. I get it. And it's legal in Las Vegas. I don't know where else. Yeah, it's legal in Las Vegas. If you're part of a brothel, it says. You have to be part of a brothel in order for it to be legal. So a licensed brothel. So they can't just go about, give me $40 on the street. They still going to jail. All right. He is definitely a strong presence throughout the series, which was very important. She told TV Insider. We were unable to interview him. That was more the prison call on that. We couldn't get cameras in, so it was really tricky. We felt by the end of it, we had enough where he maintained a strong presence throughout the series. So he was hold on. Child. Wait. 2016. When was this on Alive and again? It was 2020. So that was after it ended. Okay, so in May of 2025, people confirmed that Armand was named as one of the male workers who allegedly participated in Sean Diddy Combs' freak-offs, which prosecutors defined as elaborate and produced performances. Armand's alleged involvement came up during the first week of testimony in Combs' trial at Manhattan Federal Court. $40. Give me $40. Look at my connection. Holla, holla, give me $40. Ciao. You see why it's dangerous? It's dangerous. You never know what drugs is gonna do to you. And here this man is. He was beautiful, by the way. Beautiful masterpiece put together by God and his parents. Probably not at a freak off, but his mother was not. He was very open to learning about, according to his mama. No, look at his mama said it. His mama done an interview with the people. Okay, so don't go around saying Survivor Speak said. I'm just reading what the people said. Then that's the People magazine. All right, now, so yeah, he going around here hiring people that he could have been unalive, and so could Cassie. Thank the Lord that God spared her life. Let's see if we can get through the rest of this direct. I'm telling y'all that child, and yeah, then I'm gonna have to start on the cross. This is a lot. Y'all have been to be a long time with this goddamn on. But I understand they had to do what they had to do while they had her. They had to do what they had to do with it. All right, I just know. I said I know it's coming up. I know I heard it. We gonna talk about Ash. Kubiak, whatever his name is. All right, y'all. So How did you hire Ash? I think we got through that, didn't we? Ash was hired through Garen at Cowboys for Angels. And in what cities did y'all, they worked with Cash in LA? That's where they arrested Cash. All right, Miss Ash, excuse me. But Ash had went to Ibiza. Can anybody say Rico? Not Rico Suave. I'm talking about Rico. You know, you being charged with a Rico. You know, sex trafficking. Miss Gavin, can you take this down? Can you please pull up Government Exhibit 2A602? That's in evidence, Miss Ventura. How do you know the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A602? He was a worker that we hired through Garen, I believe. Do you know his name? No. You don't even know the person. Child. And in what cities did you see this male worker? New York. Take that down, Miss Gavin. Can you please pull up Government Exhibit 2A619 in evidence? Miss Ventura, what do you know? The individual depicted in 2A619 as Islander. And how do you know Islander? He was hired for freak-offs, and I think he was on the site Latin Men. And in what cities was Islander hired? City or cities was Islander hired for freak-offs? Mostly LA. Were there any other cities, if you remember, maybe Vegas? I'm not sure. You can take that down now, Miss Gavin. Can you please pull up what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 2A616? Miss Ventura, what do you know the individual depicted in this exhibit as? I know him as Tommy, and he was hired by Garen in Miami, I believe. You can take that down now. Ms. Gavin, can you please pull up Government Exhibit 2A634 in evidence? Ms. Ventura, what do you know the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A634 as? I can't remember his name, but I know that he came through Garen as well. And what cities was this paid worker used? Mainly Los Angeles. I think, yeah. When you say mainly Los Angeles, do you recall any other cities? Possibly we flew him out to another place. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, Allie, we're gonna have to what? Oh yeah, I'll hit you later, Allie, about that. All right. All you had to do was shit. Okay. Yeah, that's because it's the yeah, I'll hit you about that later. So Miss Miss Ventura, what do you know the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A634 as? I can't remember his name, but I know that he came through Garen as well. And what cities was this escort used? Oops, mainly in Los Angeles, I think. Yeah, when you say mainly Los Angeles, do you recall any other cities? Possibly we flew him out to another place. I'm not 100% sure. You can take that down now. Miss Gavin, you can pull up Government Exhibit 2A607 in evidence. What do you know the individual depicted in this exhibit as? I know him as Skylar. And how do you know Skylar? Through at Cowboys for Angels. And what cities did you use Skylar? LA. Can you take that down now? Can you please pull up Government Exhibit 2A618? What do you know the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A618 as? Jake. How do you know Jake? From Garen at Cowboys for Angels. And what cities did you see Jake? Los Angeles. You can take that down now. Ms. Gavin, can you please pull up Government Exhibit 2A601? Ms. Ventura, what do you know the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A601 as? I don't know his name. Do you recognize him despite not knowing his name? Yes, vaguely. What do you recognize him to be? Somebody that Garen sent. And what city did Garen send this individual? LA. Can you take that down, Ms. Gavin? Can you pull up Government Exhibit 2A620? Ms. Ventura, who do you know the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A620 as? I know him as Greg. Okay, and how did you know Greg? He was hired as a paid worker in Miami for freak-offs. You could take that down now. Are you aware with respect to Greg? Do you recall how Greg was hired? I honestly don't remember. Ms. Ventura, I'm sorry. Ms. Gavin, can you please pull up Government Exhibit Exhibit 2A624. Ms. Ventura, who do you know the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A624 to be? Jonathan. How do you know Jonathan? We saw him several times. Who is we? Sean and I. In what cities did you, in what cities did you, cities did you see Jonathan? In Miami mostly. I don't know if he flew anywhere. Ms. Gavin, can you please take that down and pull up Government Exhibit 2A632? Ms. Ventura, what do you know the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A632 as? I don't remember his name. Do you recognize him? He looks familiar from the freak offs. How, if you remember, was he hired for freak offs? I don't remember, but it was in New York. I think. Ms. Gavin, can you please take that down and pull up Government Exhibit 2A633? Ms. Ventura, what do you know the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 2A633 as? Brian. How did you know Brian? He was hired as a worker, I believe through Craigslist or something. In what city in New York? Lord, the Craigslist. Child. You could take that down now. Ms. Gavin, can you please pull up Government Exhibit 2A628? Y'all do realize that this is a whole different set of men. Whole different set. This is crazy. He was also hired as a paid work, and his name is Vin. And it was through Garen in Vegas and LA. You can take that down now, Miss Gavin. Miss Ventura, in looking through those photos, you often said we hired him as a paid worker. Who's the we in that situation? Me and Sean. Who primarily reached out to the paid workers? I did. Why did you primarily reach out to them? Just based on who Sean is. I didn't want to put him in that position. And that was just my job, really. When you say that was your job, what do you mean by that? It was expected of me. Who expected it of you? Sean. Who, if anyone, told you to reach out to these paid workers? Sean did. And for all the individuals whose photos I've just shown you, in addition to the photos we saw yesterday, what event did you see all those individuals for freak offs? Was Sean involved in all of the freak offs with those individuals? Yes. Did you have SMEX or perform SMEX acts with all of the individuals that we saw during those freak offs? Yes. Were all those individuals paid? I'm not sure. Okay. If they were paid, objection sustained. Miss Ventura, were at least some of those individuals paid? Yes. For the individuals who were paid, whose money was used to pay them? Sean's money. Miss Gavin, can we pull up for identification Government Exhibit B622 for the court and parties only? Can you please pull up the second page too, Miss Gavin? Ms. Ventura, do you recognize the document depicted in Government Exhibit B622? Yes, it's a text between me and Sean. And how do you recognize it? Our phone numbers and our names. Is this a fair and accurate text between you and Sean? Yes. Ms. Johnson, the government offers Government Exhibit B622. No objection. All right, this exhibit will be admitted. Directing your attention, Ms. Ventura, to the page on the left, on the top page. Who are can you publish to the jury? Thank you, Ms. Gavin. Who are participants in this communication? Me and Sean. And turning to the communication on the second page on the bottom, can you blow that up, please, Ms. Gavin? Who sent this text message? It's from Sean to me. What's the date of this message? January 26th of 2016. Can you please read this message? You know we have to have a proper FO without no K. I need to get it out of my head. I hate K. So you let me know when, please. Don't be mad and think that's all I want to do. It's just the KSA bathe us. I don't know. A successful FO is when we remember and we don't be friending to do it the right way. I think that's supposed to be flying, I guess. I won't bring up again until you are in that mood, and I'll fly Dave in. Sorry. Ciao. Dave get ready to get flued out. Permadilla. I can guarantee y'all K means ketamine. Let's see. What is your understanding of what K is in this message? It's ketamine, the rug. Is ketamine a rug that was used at some freak-offs? Yes. Who gave you the ketamine at some freak-offs? Sean had it. Can somebody say Rico? What was your understanding of what Sean was saying about K in this message? That it took time out of the freak-off. It was my preferred rug because it was very dissociative. And you could go into something called a K-hole where you're not present in the moment. So I think that's what was happening here. When you say took time out of the freak-off, what do you mean by that? Just high and not doing any actions. When you say not doing any actions, are you referring to a X-ax, to X-ax? X-ax. Relations. Yeah. Miss Gavin, can you take this down and turn to page 6 of this document, please? Miss Ventura, directing your attention to these messages. Who sent these messages? I did. And can you read the top message? That is all we do. And I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you could call Kim or something. Listen, Linda. Listen here, Linda. Linda. Listen, Linda. Listen, Linda. Quincy, come to the front, Quincy. Quincy Brown, come to the front. I'm calling you down on the carpet, Quincy. I'm calling you down on the carpet, Quincy. Why are you showing up to court in support? Why are you supporting at this point? Kim is none other than Kim Porter. Why are you supporting at this point? When you said this is all we do, what were you referring to? Freak-offs. When you said I'm just getting back on track, what were you referring to? Just back in like recovery mode and feeling like I could get back to work, get back to what I really wanted to be doing. You can take that down now, Miss Gavin. When you say what you really wanted to be doing, did you want to be doing freak-offs? No. During freak-offs, was there anything you tried to avoid doing physically with the escorts? I was really against kissing. I just felt like it was too intimate. But it still happened anyway. Why did it still happen? Sean would request to see it. So then I would do it. This weirdo. Did you tell Sean that you didn't want to kiss the workers? I did at a point. Yeah, definitely didn't. It made me like squeamish. I don't know. Yeah, that thing, that I mean, all of it is a lot, but you know, no. Mm-mm. After you told Sean you didn't want to kiss the paid workers, did Sean still request that you kiss it should be the paid workers? Yeah, on different occasions. Ms. Gavin, if you could please pull up again government exhibit B222 in evidence, page 2. I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong number. Government exhibit B622 in evidence, page 2. If you can zoom in on this bubble. Ms. Ventura, directing your attention to that last sentence, and I'll fly Dave in. Yeah, who is Dave? Dave is one of the paid workers that was used. What was your understanding of what Sean was offering to fly Dave in for? He was offering to fly him in for a freak off. Rico Suave. Where does Dave live, if you know? I believe he lives in New York. And in what cities did you have freak offs with Dave and Sean? New York, Miami, Los Angeles, and Vegas. I'm not sure. You can take that down now, Miss Gavin. Miss Ventura, directing your attention to your 29th birthday. How did you spend your 29th birthday? There was a surprise dinner thrown for me at a restaurant in LA. And yeah, my friends were there. Who threw that dinner for you? Sean. Was Sean present at the dinner? Yeah. Were you expecting to be present at the dinner? I wasn't. I thought he wasn't coming. Were you expecting Sean to be present at the dinner? I wasn't. I thought he wasn't coming. Why did you think he wasn't coming? Because he told me that he wasn't going to be able to make it. After dinner, what did you want to do to celebrate your birthday? I wanted to go to this club called Blind Dragon and do karaoke with my friends. And now, see, I could do karaoke. What happened after dinner? After dinner, we were starting to, like, all of my friends and I were starting to head towards that way. But Sean already let me know that he had wanted to have a freak off. I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of him. It ain't that much in the world. I don't care who you are. You done got enough for a lifetime, sir. Just sit where you at. Just have the movie to a more permanent place. You done got all you need to get. I'm sure that you... Child, let me not say that. And I was like, okay, not right now. Like, I really wanted to celebrate my birthday, pulling me away from my friends, and I eventually just left. What, if anything, did you tell Sean about what you wanted to do on the night of your 29th birthday? I told him that I wanted to stay out and celebrate with my friends. And in my mind, I didn't want the burden of having to do that at the end of the night. I just wanted to have my birthday. Did you want to have a freak off that night? No. What ended up happening that night? We went to Blind Dragon for a bit, but he pulled me out so many times. Like I said, I gave up and again had a freak off. Who, if anyone, was with Sean when he was pulling you out of the Blind Dragon to have conversations? That is just very intrusive. Like, that is just like stalker behavior. That is weird. I don't know specifically what security, but there was security there. Ms. Ventura, yesterday you mentioned blackmail materials. What were you referring to when you said blackmail materials? Blackmail materials will be actual, like, X videos, freak off videos, even just other embarrassing videos. Me drunk, like anything that would make me look not great. When, if ever, would Sean mention these types of videos to you? Usually when he was angry about something or just really wanted me to fear. Objection. It's overruled. Miss Ventura, you could continue. Can you repeat the question? Of course. When, if ever, would Sean mention the freak off videos to you? He would mention them when he was upset about something. It was just a pretty common thing. One time I dated someone else, and that is what it was all about. I'm going to put out 2 embarrassing videos of you. He just wanted to hurt me. We'll get back to that. You said this was common. How frequently did Sean bring up the freak off videos to you? I mean, once is too much, but several times. When he brought the videos, what, if anything, do you remember him saying about the videos? That he was going to release them and embarrass me and, yeah, put my career in jeopardy. Were you afraid that the videos would be released? Absolutely, yeah. What were your concerns? That he would be mad enough to put them out, and then I would have to answer to my mother. Like, besides your mother, what, if any, other concerns did you have about the freak off videos being released publicly? I just feared for my career. I feared for my family, just embarrassing, all of it. It's horrible and disgusting. Like, no one should do that to anyone. What, if anything, did Sean say to you about the impact of releasing the freak off videos? That it could ruin everything that I worked for. Just make me look like a smut me out. I would be shamed. Like, and I wasn't supposed to be on those videos. So what do you mean by I wasn't supposed to be on those videos? I didn't want to be in them. Ms. Gavin, can you please pull up what's in evidence as Government Exhibit B253? Ms. Ventura, directing your attention to the top. Who are the participants in this chat? That's me and Sean. Ms. Ventura, can you please turn to page 2? Do you want me to read? What's the date of this communication? July 22nd, 2013. And what, can you please read your top message in blue? Please delete any video out of your phone if you have. Too many people have access to your stuff. And when you said video in that message, what video are you referring to? Freak off videos. And how did Sean respond? I did yesterday and no iCloud. On all good. Ambient kicking in. Good night. Were there occasions when you saw videos that you thought had been deleted? Yeah. How frequently did that happen? It happened often enough. More than a handful of times. Your Honor, would it be possible to have a brief sidebar before we introduce the next series of exhibits? The court, of course, Ms. Johnson, thank you. I am going to have to take this up tomorrow. This is way too long. Shout out to for always for being a sponsor of the show. But I have to go. I'm gonna have to pick this up tomorrow. Let me see how long the sidebar is. We can read the sidebar. Okay. We can read the sidebar and then they're going into open court because these are the official transcripts. We do have the sidebar communications. I'll redo those and then we're going to have to pick up. I thought that she only had a little bit left to go on direct. Ciao. Woo. So the court, Miss Johnson. Thank you, Judge. So this is sidebar. I'm about to introduce the sealed exhibit. So this must be when they put her husband, Lord. I just want to make sure we're all lined up in the procedure for how we will do this. Oh, okay. So this is, I don't think this is when they put him out yet. This is about the sealed videos that only the jury and the courts are going to see. I would ask that the TV that's shown in the gallery be turned off and we'll display them only for the well and the court and the jury. And they're already admitted. I also wanted to make sure there's nothing being played in the overflow rooms before I do this. What exactly are you? Because our screens have protectors, but I wouldn't want anyone to see them. So even for the parties and the court, what will actually be shown? It's 6 still images, no sound. We won't have to do any of the headphones. But before we did this, I just wanted to make sure that nothing was accidentally being transmitted to the other overflow room. I would propose we take a short recess to make sure that everything is in place. And also, I believe Live Note is not functioning. So kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh, okay. So it's just... In open court, members of the jury, we're going to take a brief 10-minute recess and we'll be back while we arrange some things in the courtroom. All rise for the jury. The court, we are going to take a 10-minute break, be back in 10 minutes. The witness says thank you. And the court says, please be seated. We're going to make sure we make the adjustments as to the overflow room and also the TV back there. It may take a couple minutes. I assume there's nothing else to address at this time. Mr. Agnafilo says we're trying to work out a possibility of maybe we can see it beforehand so that we don't have to play any part of it, even on the monitors for the parties. Sounds good. We're also working on the live feed. So there is a recess and I will resume that. Hopefully tomorrow I don't have anything come up and I am able to go on ahead and try to get to the end of this direct and start on the cross. I didn't think it was going to be long. Yeah, he definitely was trying to isolate her from her friends so they wouldn't talk her out of being with him. So the thing is, she was hiding from them that she was being abused. So I know the songwriter is a good friend of hers and she really, really hid it from her well. So the girl that was there the day of the hotel incident was here from out of town and had seen her bruised up before. But, for the majority of the part, her friends and family said that she hid it. And her mother did not find out until she was dating Kid Cudi. She had left him. She was no longer with him when she was dating Kid Cudi. They were broken up. And Kid Cudi was spending time with her and her family, for Christmas. And then the shenanigans started with the car and everything. So all that testimony is coming up. We got to get through all of that. But unfortunately, yes, we've been here a long, long time. I should have maybe took a break in between and came back. But I decided to stick it out because I thought that, the wreck at least was going to be, over with. But it didn't happen that way. And so be it. So I'll definitely schedule it. And Tiffany Red, yeah, that's her, Tiffany Red. She said that when she saw the video, the hotel video, that is when she found out. And she said, imagine that being your friend and just seeing a video like that come out. She saw the video when the world saw the video. And they had her on CNN and she talked about it. So imagine that. And so I don't wish that on anybody. I don't care what the celebrity is, how big the celebrity. I don't care about any of that. I don't wish that on anybody, man or woman. We know that it's happening to both. So, if you are being abused, they have help. They have, lines, that you can call. They have numbers that you can call. They have safe houses. Depending on where you live, the safe houses are pretty decent. Shelters like for women with children. The bad thing is, I think they stopped taking boys at 16. It's crazy. I know in one state they stopped taking boys at 16. So what is a mother to do? Turn her 16-year-old out to the streets, even though he's still a teenager under the mother's care? Where is the teenager going? If the mother or if the father is being abused and they're running away from it, am I supposed to just leave my child out in the street? Make it make sense. That makes no sense. But I guess due to all of the essaying, that's why they have that rule in effect in some states. I think, it is crazy a lot of times. Depending on where you live, you have a private room. And if it's a shelter that accepts children, they have to stay in one room, but it's in one room. You lock the door. I don't know. I just think that that's a bad thing that, that some of these shelters, they don't accept if the person being abused has a child that's 16 and older. If they're still in school, where they're supposed to go? Please explain to me. So explain it. That's all. But anyway, that's my time. I'm going to end the show the way I ended always, by bringing awareness that men get breast cancer too. So because of the stigma surrounding the word breast, we have changed the word to peck and/or chest cancer over here. Shout out to for always for being the sponsor of the show. I thank you kindly from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. It's going to go right back into the channel. As a matter of fact, it's going to be used with money that I put to purchase, transcripts for day 4. I know that we are working on day 4 and 5, but day 4. So thank you so much for that. It's definitely appreciated. So let's continue to end the stigma and continue to bring awareness to that men get breast cancer too. And to all of my ladies, please make sure that you are getting your mammograms, filling on your boobies, and making sure that you are all right. And don't you dare let anyone come in your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I'm Survivor Speaks. I'll see you guys in the next live stream. Thank you so much for rocking out with me. Peace. Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a leaf in the night. A cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. This is how if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Hold it clear to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wrap your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speak. What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah.